Stop trying to make fetch happen.
Well, hello, everyone. Oh my gosh.
If anybody can, it's me, and it's us. It's this group.
We're live.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. And most of that magic, oh my god, most of the magic is fully destroying this intro. Hi everybody. Welcome. The Unearthed Arcanum is here. If you haven't noticed, everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Super excited for tonight. For those that don't know what the heck we are, hi. We're a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, having 4 parties for now. Living, existing, breathing, diving into the big bad forest to fight the big bad evil thing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world that is now called Tsarra. So if this is your first time joining us, or your 4th or 5th time joining us, but it's been a bit since you've heard that name, yeah, that's the name of the new world. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time. We have some very short announcements. Humblewood is kind of winding to a close here. We're coming to a full-on raid of the Alderheart tree battle that I'm very excited about. As we're kind of finishing that up, I think there's only going to be 2 or 3 more sessions left for that. And then we'll take a little bit of break, and then we're going to jump into something else. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. But the reason why we are taking a little bit of a break for our Saturdays is because we will be introducing the primer should be coming out this Sunday. So releasing this Sunday our 5th campaign for our Thursday nights. So for those that are interested in joining, listen up. And for everybody else, keep listening. So the 5th campaign is going to take place in a country called Abravar. That is somewhat far from the country of Imea, but not as far as some might think. It is a very exciting place on the brink of certain industrialization advancements. Basically what I'm saying is we're going steampunk, y'all. We're going straight steampunk, and very excited for that. There's a train. We got a train.
Woo, trains.
Woo, trains.
I like trains.
The Brasslight line will be... yes.
So there's a train. It's steampunk. We're using 2024 rules where there are no artificers.
You got it. Exactly.
Everyone's
What makes
an
more
artificer
sense
in
than
this
that?
new world.
That's actually technically true. And we're not everybody, but yeah, there's what we're going to kind of borrow for the world for now is that artificers are not a D&D class because they are more built into the NPCs of that world, as well as like maybe kind of borrowing some chips and stuff. Yeah.
People like Alistair are basic.
People like Alistair are just BBs. No, everybody will get a little bit of a taste, but it's yes, bed and breakfast. There's a thing that public speakers have where they're able to ignore things of people in the crowd that are able to talk. I am not one of those people, so especially when it's funny. You do. You cut straight through it. Here, come here. You get a little schmutz. So more about the world. It is taking place in a distant land called Abravar. There is the imports, exports of its people and its supplies are moved back and forth by a train that goes from the north of Abravar to the free cities in the south, moving through a large desert landscape called the Umber. Which is where we will start our setting in a little place that's called Rustwater. Very excited about it. It's going to have a little bit of a not only a steampunk sort of style, but also a little bit of a Western motif that I'm very excited about. Someone asked before if there will be guns. Yeah, there's guns. We got guns.
Yes.
How many?
It's going to be cool. A lot. So many. All the guns. Not all the guns. Guns.
Most of the guns.
A number that is high for guns.
More than 2.
More than 2 for sure. Yeah, so super excited for that. Very excited to be able to kind of jump into that world. But we need you. Took too long to get here, but yeah, we need you. We need players. So we have 2 players that are locked in. One who is located on my left for myself, but the right for the computer. Kiki will be joining in that world, as well as someone from Humblewood, which we're very excited. Rachel, if you're watching this, very excited to have you. Super cool. But we need more. So we need a total of 6, actually. So if you are interested in possibly joining and becoming a part of what I used to call the Imaean family, but I'm getting pretty good at switching over. If you want to join the Asteran family, or more specifically the Abervar family, you can do so this Sunday. This Sunday is when we're releasing that, but you'll be able to check that out at startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. And there's the link right there. I hope I said it right. Startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. It's one of those things where you get so, like, you get that so locked in that when you start thinking about what the phrase is, then you lose it completely. But I think I said it right. Anyways, it's right there on the screen. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, it's in the video description below. So you can check it out in the box over there. If you're watching this on Twitch, get that copy and paste ready, because I'll copy it in the live chats for you guys to also copy and then paste. But yeah, check it out. We'll send the primer out, like I said, Sunday. We'll be ready to go. And then we'll be kind of accepting people from there and kind of going through, making sure this is a good feel for, for the group and all that stuff. Just so you know. Let's see. Oh, also, so I've kind of talked a little bit about the details of the world, but as I've been explaining to my other friends of the Asteran world, every party is allowed to ask one question about the world. So we're going to include that now. So when I say 3, 2, 1, go, the first person that asks the question is I will answer. Okay? Makes sense? We ready? I feel like some faces are ready and some faces are definitely not going to take part. We'll see. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
I feel like it's cheating.
Okay, fair enough. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes.
Can I go?
Yeah. No, Dan. Dan's got to go. I did say technically the question, but Dan, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. I'm gonna go ahead and acquiesce to Clinton because you fried my brain.
You buzzed in without knowing the answer.
It was a volunteer.
Answer.
Bro, I acquiesce.
Dan just buzzed in and said, "What is the question?" Beautiful. Yeah, Clinton, jump in.
Can we go?
Oh, can we go?
Yeah, can we go?
Yeah,
Can we go?
Can you guys go?
Some of us have a ship.
Yeah. I mean, it's not off limits for sure.
That's all I need to hear.
You got it. To feed into that question, as I think it's been answered before, Abervar knows about Imaea. Imaea does not necessarily know about Abervar, which is fun and exciting.
I
So
should have asked if the Feywilds knew about Abervar.
too late.
Oh well.
Too
Next
late.
week.
Snooze, you lose. We'll see if unless someone else asks it. Who knows?
Brandon, listen to me.
Brandon, if you're watching,
Just Brandon.
listen.
Please.
Question
I
to ask
I need to
Me
know.
next.
I need to know before
on
Friday.
Monday,
That's me
you
next.
know.
You just send it to me. I'm fast.
It's too late. It's too
Were
late.
you locked and loaded?
Yeah.
Cool. So that's it about Abervar, the 5th campaign. Super excited to be launching that. We've had some meetings with Kiki and Rachel and them together, and excited to be able to kind of include the backstory into the world. And oh my gosh, it's going to be good. There's going to be can I say?
Say it. Why not? No, I'm kidding.
Say it. Do it. Tonight is Unhinged City, so go for it.
Train fights.
Yes.
Train fights.
Fights.
But
I'm imagining. Yeah, you know what I'm imagining. Like,
Yeah,
they
I
better
know,
transform
I know.
at this point. You're gonna say train.
You're imagining every
Train
possible
forward.
Yes, they're all going. Oh, that could be train fights.
To be very specific, fights on a train. There we go.
Very Indiana Jones of you.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
me.
train fight sounds awesome.
I did recently actually watch all of Indiana Jones for the first time, by the way.
First time.
And
really?
All
yeah,
five?
first, 4. The first 3. Uh huh.
Fair.
Yeah.
And then I get it. I think the first one I get. All right, we're going way off. This is the intro. Anyways, I mean, everything he found was worse off after he found it. I'm just gonna say that.
Correct.
Also, don't look into Outlaws of Thunder Junction for inspiration. No, don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Got it.
No.
Hell on Wheels.
To me. Anna,
I mean, if
what is your name?
just watch The Mummy. Mummy's so much better. Yeah, so much better.
Magic the Gathering. Anyways.
Fight me. All right, here we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Will do. Can do.
Oh shit.
Cool. What else do I have? I'm full on booking. I have no idea. If you are wanting to, I don't have anything in front of me anymore, too. That's the thing. So if you are interested in supporting the channel and becoming a part of the Asterin family, too bad. No, you can do so by liking and subscribing where you're watching this, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch or some sort of weird pirated software from the future or the past. Who knows? Also, you can check out our Instagram and TikTok down below, right there, at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. I'll say that again because I said that super fast. At It's a Long Story _TTRPG for Instagram and TikTok of our greatest clip. The one for the Reckless that recently came out was really funny. I liked it a lot. Super cool.
Gotta find a
Thank
good
you,
mouth.
Kay, for that. It's gotta find a good mouth. And with that, before we jump into tonight, we need to get a recap of where we left off. So, Evan, please, sir, surprise, Evan, please take it away.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, I'll do my best. This is it's been a week, and we rejoin the party as they stand before someone who says their name is Tsarra. There's like a Z in there. Tsarra. We're gonna go Tsarra. A silver-haired woman who claims to be an Eladrin and who has revealed that that the severed head they recovered from a pool of blood was once deeply important to her somehow. She puts on the whole quiet grace act and says she's a princess, but also it's a secret, so don't tell anybody. But she can definitely get us the things we need. Yeah, the archway, everything we need to use that can be found. If only we'll just follow her to a second location. Which, one rule of the Feywild, though, is never follow someone you don't know to a second location. So, Tak, the Dreamless, denies her, but knew no direction is safe in the wilds, and so he waited and followed and kept his mind empty at all times in that distant panic. And so Kara took the lead once more, and the group went with their only real lead, the Verdant Princess, to her home. Tak and his companions moved through the strange and twisted beauty of the Feywild, heading toward Tsarra's home, a grand tree at the heart of her kingdom, towering over the land. Along the way, the conversation is fun but tense, as Tak's friends, ever clever, subtly question Tsarra's motives while trying to learn more about the archway's missing piece. They sensed natural magic of the Feywild more intense around them, and I believe someone sensed that it was Alistair. Alistair sensed there was something about Tsarra in a magical item that held divination. I believe the sort of circlet, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, the headband.
And meanwhile, Prim keeps a wary eye on Bulu, who continues to hide and skulk behind the group, using any available cover to stay out of sight. It's clear he has no intention of leaving them, but remains elusive as always. Houston continues to track silently from the shadows, learning the ways of the Feywild like a silent student following a mysterious master. Once inside, there's a great city. There's a really cool big city. After hours, I missed that part. Look, all right, it's been... After hours of travel, they arrive at a breathtaking sight, a gargantuan tree, the largest that any of them have seen, towering over a village that seems both old and hastily constructed. As they approach, Tsarra identifies the palace as, or the place as, Iobella, or it has a real name.
Yeah, Iobellon.
Iobellon. Bellum?
Yeah. Bellon.
Awesome.
With an
Bellon.
N.
Okay. Iobellon. Which is her family's home, stronghold. The tree is surrounded by an enormous river that flows in impossible directions. As they move closer, they notice the fey creatures here, all Eladrin of varying colors, except for no winter Eladrin, which is, I think, just noticed later. I don't know how much it is apparent when they first get there. They are greeted, and then they go, and some things happen. That's about the point that I've written. So yeah, I'll improvise from here. So yeah, we sort of went to a waiting room where there was, where, we hung out. There were chaotic foxes. Yori smashed into a wall. People talked and discussed things, and then eventually we were led into like a main chamber, where we talked to what is essentially I didn't get it's like somebody who's very important, who everyone but Yori bowed down to. It's like a king, essentially, but I didn't remember if it was actually like, the title.
Yeah, he was referred to as the Sovereign.
The Sovereign. The Sovereign talked to the group about what they wanted, about opening the portal and opening the archway, and how it had been closed off in order to protect the that area and its people, and that it had been it was preventing a certain troublesome troublemight from traveling back and forth between areas, and essentially someone who had kidnapped people who had been a terror to the king's people, and so keeping the archway closed was a necessity because they could not catch and find them. The group volunteered to go find this person and catch them, and eventually, through some convincing, the Sovereign agreed to let them go find this Miss Craggle, or was there another name that was given for this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yex.
Yes,
IEKZ.
that's right. Something
Yex.
that Io recognized. Was there a reaction from Io when he recognized it? Is there something that people would have said, okay, well, or is that just something?
He kind of spoke up a little bit.
Yeah, there was something. Yeah, I remember there was something because it was like, hey, I can actually ask him about that. So yeah, yeah, as I'm sure there was other stuff, but as we agreed to do that, and kind of started to leave, there was or really what convinced him is the deal they made, sort of the fey magic of the sort of agreement that was made between Tsarra and the group. And Alistair, I think, also asked Tsarra to come with us to fight this, Yex, or and which was not favorable by the Sovereign, but a dryad appeared to enforce or at least to remind them of the rules of the Feywild and how they're enforced. And so the Sovereign sort of relented and agreed that we could go and try and, solve this problem for them in order to get the gate open, and also that Tsarra would come with them. It was a very, the dryad had a good look, it was good looks, and reached out a long root-like tendril to playfully talk to Alistair, who responded not, I would say, not negatively, but maybe a little aloof. And Gwyn very casually and coolly walked over to, just put a hand on Alistair's elbow and looked straight at this dryad as they were stroking Alistair's face with a root. I don't remember how that situation ended.
Hey, I feel like Drew's coming out a little bit in Evan right now. Like this. Just like that. Not
Really just
when we
stroking
say
the face,
tendril, we're
just
saying
going,
like a hand.
It was a root. You mentioned an elongated, like something grew.
And I did this.
I think most of this
Sorry.
conversation
It
happened
wasn't
post-stream.
weird. It was very hot and
did.
very
It
normal.
was very hot. Yeah, agreed.
I think most of this was off stream, but
There's so much, much extra stuff that I focused on just on that scene. I spent some more time on that scene than the entire Okay, so yeah, so we agreed to do that. Yori had a cool line that you should go watch about being a giant. And then we were sort of like offered to stay the night, and we were contemplating how we were going to do that, what we were going to do, and that was the session. Is there anything else? Yeah, did I miss anything anyone wants to bring up? I'm sure I just added things too. It was a lot that I did. So.
Wild and crazy familiar.
Yes. I
Zaniness.
said.
Did you? Maybe I missed.
I said a chaotic fox because I really couldn't remember. Neve? Thank you.
Neve. Yep.
Yeah.
Also, just a small kind of note, not even correction, just clarification. So the reason why Tsarra is able to join you guys is because Alistair brought up the concept of the favor, which in the Fae is highly regarded as a, it's law. You need to give them a favor. So with some very clever words, was able to force essentially the sovereign to let Tsarra join, clearly seeing that was actually what Tsarra wanted. So
the deal was she was going to help us, and at that point she had not actually helped us do
it was
the
open-ended.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was to help us save.
Right, which in a way is open. Is not specific. I will do this thing for you, but like I'm going to help you means that like you owe us a favor, so it can be kind of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And this is the favor that you guys are asking for.
Also, the sovereign couldn't stand on his own. He was like held up by roots or something like that when he came up, and then when those went away, was it the dryad that like picked him up and like carried him away or something like that? Or was
it was the main character of this campaign.
The main character, right.
The Furbolg, named Doc.
Yeah.
Doc,
Oh,
also, the king did say they were going to disable the portal once we went through. They weren't going to leave it open.
Right.
After 3 days, he said
after 3 days.
For 3 days, and if we don't return, he'll assume we're dead.
Great.
There it is.
Not ominous at all. Totally normal.
As one does.
Yes.
Yep.
3 is a number he picked after great contemplation and reasoning, not because
3 is a
it doesn't
powerful
mean meaning.
number.
As most people of power, it was thought of in great detail and thinking about, well, how long would it take to do this? How long this? And
Exactly.
coming to 3 days, consulting with others that know more than him. No, just 3 days.
That's exactly what he did. Yep. Yeah, that's fine.
Beautiful. So I think anything else?
No, sorry, I was a little loose. I just kind of
totally fine.
time.
All good.
Yeah.
Doc
It was
winked at
amazing.
me.
I had meant to write it more as like Yori telling it as talk, and which is why I was very sarcastic about the stuff in the beginning. But then, So anyway, I'm ready
get
to
it.
go. We're gonna go
Fantasy.
get some sleep. Let's get some sleep.
Let's get some sleep, because that's what's going to happen.
Totally, nothing else.
All right. So I think we're going to start out in the same meeting room as where you guys originally were preparing. Essentially, kind of given the idea that you will be spending the night here. As we fade in, we see the party all around, sitting, standing, doing whatever, pacing maybe, and you hear a knock at the door.
I opened the door.
You got it. Standing, almost kind of expectantly, you see Tsarra in the doorway. Can I come in?
Of course, Lady Verdant.
She walks in.
Invited her.
True. Yeah. You see her walk through the doorway and stand among you all. I think as anyone who'd be like offering her sort of like a place to sit, she's still in her like white, like very court style dress, very different than what you see here. You see her kind of surveying around. Looks at Alistair and says in Elvish, "Thank you."
Is that what Elvish sounds like?
Yes.
To me, I would have to
not?
say that's
Yeah.
probably what I'm about to hear.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Yeah, I seemed like you wanted to come with us anyways.
It's best that you all spend the night here. I assume that we should be formulating some plan. And she looks at everybody else, clearly knowing at this point that not everybody's understanding what she's saying. And she is speaking in Elvish to you, Alistair, and also who else speaks Elvish? I forget every session. Cool. There is very little known about what awaits us, as no one has seemed to make it back. My brother was the closest.
Well, I'm gonna look to Gwen. We have ways to learn more about our enemies.
It was there's a spell I can do, and I think you can help me with it. We
Is she
might
talking
be able
to
to
me?
find out more information.
She has a spell that she can do, and Io can help her, and they can find out more information.
Very
Gwen,
good.
what did you just say my name for? What are we talking about? How are we going to
I
kill
was
this
speaking
thing?
common, but that's okay. It's great.
Okay, so you have a spell
Everybody
that-
put a sign of what
See, I don't know how to do Elvish.
No.
Okay, so
You seem to know something.
yeah,
in
actually, I know quite a bit. Well, as much as I've heard secondhand.
What are they saying?
Oh my
I
god.
think
I'm gonna
I'll-
reach out and do tongues on her again. Gwen is over it.
Okay. Cool.
She's seen me do it before to her, but
100%. She looks at you. You've already cast tongues, so then the first thing that you're able to understand from her is, it'd be best that you didn't do that again while we are here.
Oh, this is the spell that makes her just hear what she wants to hear, right?
Hear and say, right?
Just here, I think.
no
God
tongues?
tongues.
damn it.
We can all understand her now, and she can
Yeah.
understand all of us, no
Perfect.
matter what
Thank
language
you.
we speak, or what language she's speaking.
This spell that Gwen wants to use, it works fairly well if we have any amount of information or items connected to the person. Would you or anyone here have anything that maybe Miss Craggle has used, owned, or touched before?
The phrase Miss Craggle is used by her inferiors and others. We refer to her as Yex. as far as any sort of thing that is anything that would be considered to be hers, as you may have guessed, she has some very loose, ancient connections to us. Whatever connection that is, any piece of it has long since been burned away by us.
I'm gonna say something very insensitive in front of you, and I don't know of a different way to ask this question, so apologies in advance. Your brother's head, is it possible that EX was the one that separated it?
It is quite possible.
It might be useful, Gwen, if maybe EX had handled.
I think it works better if it's something that directly belonged to her, but even information is good.
Is Yex the only
So,
name?
Whatever we can learn before I do the spell, I think the more detailed that the results will be.
Oh, actually, sorry, would you stand outside for a second? I know. Just one second.
Terrence walks up.
Are we gonna just share like anything with like, guys? I'm not sure what how I sometimes, Yori says anything that pops into his head. I say anything that pops.
Trust her in this. So if you're concerned about saying something about my part of it, don't be.
Okay. Well, it's your daughter we're looking for. I'll follow your lead. Io, it seemed like you might know. I didn't want to say it in front of her. That's the one thing. But if you know something and we're going to share it, then you can go call her back in. But I didn't want to do that if we weren't going to share with her.
No, I think it's good that we share with her.
Okay. Wait, I'll go. I'll go.
Talk. Also, we've got your back. I've got your back. I know we're all scared, but yeah. To keep it to, I don't want to make this about me because it really isn't. But I've got beef with Yex too. She's the reason why someone I'd care about very much is hurt, and I don't even know when that hurt's gonna subside. So I'm all in on killing this Yex.
I never doubted for a second that you had my back, big bro. I'm gonna go get Tsarra. So I'll go out.
Give me a
Okay.
perception check before you open the door.
It's 13.
Okay. You don't catch anything. I think you're just in a hurry to kind of open the door and just get things over with, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, he's very distracted in general, and also trying not to. There's a part of him that you could tell isn't looking around, but really, that kid like he wants. It's neat. It's a big city, but he's trying to like keep not thinking about things, and yeah, it's kind of straightforward. Anyway, so yeah, he opens the door.
As you open the door, you see what looks to be catching Tsarra and the figure that looks just like the figure that you had the head of.
Right.
In conversation, you see him looking daggers at you and turns and walks away. She turns towards you. Am I fit to come into...
I mean, I think it's pretty fair for a group that, like, you know, is in your city with, you know, around all of the guards and people you know, to have a moment to, you know, ask about something. But yeah, that's not what I came out here actually to say. I'm sorry. The group trusts you, Kara trusts you, at least in doing this, and no path is safe, so I'll go with the one that they're going with.
Are we going to continue to have this conversation in the doorway?
Yeah, but 1 second, and I'll close the door. And then I will open it, but not... I will just, you know, the thing when you open it and I'm already walking away.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
She walks in, does not close the door behind her, just walks in, and there's a moment where she turns to look at, I think, whoever's closest to the door. I imagine kind of like maybe Prim.
Boot, or I guess kitten heel now. Kick to the door.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get the vibe of a very princess thing of like, is someone going to get the door that I just walked through? If my brother's head is necessary, I can collect it.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be needed.
Very well.
Let's, Io, if you're okay with it, let's hear your story first. Before I do the spell.
Okay, so again, this is all secondhand, so all of my details might not be picture accurate, but... And then as he's about to tell this story, he levitates the puzzle box in front of him, and he's psychically fiddling with it as he's telling the story. So the person...
It's been a while since we've referenced this, so can you describe what you're talking about?
So the puzzle box, it literally looks like basically a golden Rubik's Cube. No markings or anything like that, just a very pretty looking Rubik's Cube. And then just like a normal puzzle, you can kind of turn it and twist it and whatnot. So he levitates that in front of him, and then he says, so the person I got this from, to some of you who've not heard her name is Eris. She's my beloved, and she escaped.
You were holding her prisoner?
No, she escaped that creature that we're after. But, and I mean, for a time, she had her working under her. She used to have she used to do these really sick waves of punishments and rewards. And at one point, Eris, when I think she was still just a kid. She got help some kind of way. She escaped, found a place where we're from. But then I think she might have found her, and I don't know. She's powerful. When I met Eris, she was blind, and she said it was because of Craggle or Igloo EX. The things that stuck out the most is I think she used to say she'd make her eat stuff all the time. But like not normal food that it's like deliberately revolting, but I don't know, it also did something to her, I think. Because she said she was like normal before. But I mean, if you look at her now, you might think she was a tiefling. Just got antlers and orange skin, but I think before she might have been, when she said normal, human.
Alistair and Gwyn. First off, Io, how much do you think Alistair and Gwyn would know about Eris? And it could be 0.
I would actually say, since the whole relationship with Eris, he might have mentioned to Gwen in passing, "Hey, I met somebody." Really exciting, really excited in the letter. I actually think he might not have thought that it would have been something Alistair would have found immediately interesting, except for the fact that I think he said, "Hey, I met somebody who." I can actually describe Eris too, if it would actually kind of help, especially maybe.
This is just to be able to kind of get a gauge RP wise on this.
Gotcha.
So for Gwyn and Alistair,
passing information.
You've heard the name, we'll say.
Heard the name, and in Alistair's case, maybe heard that she's definitely seems magical.
Okay, that probably would have sparked Alistair's attention. Do you sure you said that?
Let's roll with it. Yeah, we'll say.
Okay,
I did say that.
Okay, you got it. Well, then in that case, because I mean, I'll be honest, it's a lot easier to say that you didn't say that, because Alistair would have had a whole
That's a good
Alistair
point.
would have asked you all this stuff in the back end stuff.
Was it in a letter? Because he never read our letters, so that you could have mentioned it in a letter, and then he never read it.
It would have been in a letter, because I would have had no other way to communicate with Alistair at the time.
Yeah,
that works. So for for you guys, this is the first time you're hearing about at least in detail stuff with this. I would say both Alistair and Gwyn, but I think it makes more. I'm going to put a little bit of a higher DC for Gwyn on this, but roll me a nature check.
25.
I got a 10.
Okay. Cool. Alistair, when Io was explaining EX, whom I think above board, I think for pretty much anybody who is all the Ludus kids get the idea of hag. I think just straight up, that's a very very typical sort of thing with this. But you get the feeling that in the process of what Io's explaining about Eris and how she has changed and then escaped, which will also be fed with Tsarra's response to this, going, how did she escape? No one escapes EX. Alistair, you get the feeling that she might not have escaped, that she was released, and that she is most likely different in shape because she is no longer human.
Yeah. Io, are you listening to? I'm sorry, are you telling me that Eris, whoever, escaped a witch?
That's always something that... I don't know. It's... I think... Honestly, whenever I heard the story, it was weird to me too. But I think she didn't. At the same time, I don't think she did, because when she escaped, she could see, but when I met her, she couldn't. So, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I guess she was. Maybe she was released on purpose. Well, that is the likely case. But
Well,
I-
that's not useful.
How she'd only been released if she had a mission or a plan of some sort. Eris is not a. She's not the same person you knew before. That's just not.
she is. She's always been that way. I know what she is. I know what she's gone through. That witch made her eat roaches, Al.
Did you meet her after she escaped? Or
did.
was released? You never knew
did.
her before. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it possible, considering the power and knowledge that this that Yex has, that maybe her mission was you?
At this point,
And in this
at this-
case, maybe it would be best that this one stays behind.
Are you doing the
on your
whole
decision.
like sow discord between the members of the group thing? Is that this one? Is that like
It's not your
is it like,
choice.
what? You can't trust this one. We all trust each other implicitly. Aya's coming, regardless of whether he has a connection or not. That's helpful.
Eladrin are not typically assigned to the trickery that you're referring to. That is usually your race.
Well, it's just in the Feywild. You never knew who's who, and saying no, Eladrin do trickery at all. I mean, that seems like just kind of myopic. Gwen, that's
I
the
was
right word,
merely
right?
pointing out a
The
possibility.
right word. That's the right word.
Tsarra, we appreciate it, but we're not splitting the party. Especially not this. Not when there's a gate that could close and separate us forever.
and no one's gonna stop me from killing that monster.
And to be
Absolutely
quite frank,
no one.
if Eris's mission was Io, that means her mission was also us. Because we are part of Io's Ioness. So unless
And-
we all stay behind, I don't think that's an option.
And I've been inside Eris's mind. I don't think that she was just using me. Al.
I never implied that, but I don't think that you know who Eris is. You may know who she was, and you may only wish and hope for those same things, but I don't believe that's the same Eris.
Whatever.
I'll give
Gwen,
me a
are we
wisdom
ready for
saving
the-
throw.
Okay.
So above board, Clint, you know that he said like he met her after all the changes happened, right?
He never
Like,
knew her before. He only knows
Right.
post Craggle.
Right.
Eris.
That he said.
And
Yeah.
on
I
that
thought, yeah,
saving
but there was a
throw-
moment of clarification at some point, yeah.
Oh, well, then I
15,
have another
Joe.
question.
Okay.
15?
Yes.
Cool. You got it. Messaging you now.
Okay. And as Al said, that the puzzle box, it's just sped up in how quickly he's like solving it.
Io, the first time you ever spoke about Eris, you said that she almost basically forced you into action on that beach.
No. I was the one who elected to help her. She was alone in a forest and couldn't see. Sometimes, Al, I know you think you know everything, but this time you don't. This is someone I know, and you have never met.
Is there a way to check if they're watching him by chance? If you're really just to put this all to rest, like if she's
Well,
looking at him, is there something that could like say no, that's not happening? Because I mean, that would put it all to rest, wouldn't it?
I have a way that we could see if anything changes when a different spell that sort of blocks outside influence.
I
said
want
he's
to
good.
get to the spell that we were talking about. Are we ready for that or not? Or are we going to keep talking shit about my girlfriend who's not even in the fucking room to defend herself?
You make a very good point, Io.
I mean,
It might be
shit.
right.
We could go through the entire party for once, except for Prim. You're lovely. Haven't done anything but be lovely. Same thing with you,
Thank you.
Talk. I mean, we could literally go through all the shit with you, Al. And I'm like, God, if I tried to explain my friendship with you to a stranger, or hell, even you, Kara. Again, I love you guys. I do. But Jesus.
Io.
No.
I don't think
Io.
anybody meant any ill will. We're just trying to get the information, asking clarifying questions. Nobody means anything ill
Clarifying
against your girlfriend.
questions with backhanded statements, and oh well, maybe this is just a you don't know who she is. You know who she was.
Io. I'm gonna cast Calm Emotions on Io.
Sure.
I get it.
You can choose to resist or not, Io.
I think in this headspace, that is something that he's. I think he's not even necessarily hearing people right now. So sure, gonna try and resist it.
Yeah, that's
It's
what happens
only
when you
at
get
15.
going.
Oh crap,
Okay.
my D&D God, I don't know what the save is.
Well, it's a 19, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's gotta
whatever
be
the save
loaded,
is.
My DC is 15, so.
Yeah. You know what? You want me calm? I'll just give you guys all some space.
Io, I don't think that's what we want.
And he's turning to bolt out the door, not even waiting to let people speak.
You see Tsarra kind of step aside.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna let that happen. So let's see. By bolt, I mean, Jory doesn't have a fast. Do you want to do initiative to see if I could get in front of because I want to get to the door before.
You tell
him.
me your intention, and I'll tell you what.
That's
to
right.
do.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're good.
But my intention is to get to the door before him and stand in the doorway.
Yeah,
I'm not
initiative roll.
running. I'm power walking
Cool.
as well.
So in that case, we could say Yori, you get there. If we
Wait.
that's the stipulation.
You can't. I know. There's lots of times I want to get away from but it can be strength to take that and hold it in for a minute because we need to do this. We can't. If we wander off here, please don't wander off here. Just we could go to like another corner of the room, or have you know, I don't know what people do. Prim, what do you do to calm down?
At this, Tsarra does turn around and go, "There is another room
Shut up!
next door."
I do not want to hear from you again. All right? You're here in the group because they let you, but you're saying mean things, and I don't like it. And every comment's got to be some sort of calm, like, oh, just maybe you all should be angry at each other, right? Like it's no, I don't want to hear it. Just give me a second with my friend.
She is walking towards you. Yori, you take a defensive stance. She opens the door behind you, walks through and opens another door and shows you a room where you could be alone.
Do you want to go in there? I'm fine with you being in there. If you don't need to know the information here, that's fine. You can leave. In fact, if she goes out the second door, I close the first door.
Okay.
All right. So, look, I get it, but like, we're doing the thing that I feel like they want us to do, and I don't want to do that. And like, Prim, don't you have like a calm thing?
I think she's doing
No.
that. I think we're all just a little tense right now. Io, we're your friends and we're trying to help.
I think it might be a good idea for me to take that 10 minutes and make this place a little bit more private so that we are able to have discussions without anybody getting too emotional, maybe.
Have you ever done that thing that like monks do? Like Prim was telling me about it. It's like I think you just sit and like you don't do. It's like breathing and sitting. And Prim, could you help? Just I know there's a thing we talked about, and it's like you do.
You're
It starts.
referencing meditation, yes.
Yeah.
In
Can you?
this moment, we would probably recommend maybe a bit of a breathing exercise for that, and do a little bit of box breathing, if anything. But
Would you? Would you do that? And Prim, would you show us how to do that?
sure.
Then
No.
I'm gonna follow.
Now, me as the player have to remember what box breathing is.
Also, it depends. Like,
It's 4
Io,
count.
what do you?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was 747.
It's a fantasy world. You just
Yeah.
say, I explain box breathing.
And
Yeah.
is that something you'd go along with? Dan, I'm kind of asking you, like, whether you're kind of actually.
I was rolling for it. And I'm like,
Cool.
you do see the eyeballs on his arm flicker a little bit, but he eventually does kind of. All right. Yeah. Sounds peachy.
Awesome. I did like hearing some of your story. Maybe you can tell us some more of it another time. We don't often get to hear like your part. Anyway, we breathe, right? You just like sit and breathe, or you direct.
Yes. Take some time, collect your emotions, breathe. When you're breathing in, sometimes it helps to use your arms to kind of gauge your own breathing. Something to just help with pulling it in and then letting it out.
Okay, like this. He breathes in, but then when he exhales out of his palms. With the little mouths. Like that? You said use my arms.
That
Oh, what a Callisto flip
Wait.
that was. Beautiful.
no. Sure.
Okay, I'll try the opposite way. Breathes in through the palms.
I can't believe
breathe out
Alistair
through
hasn't
his
asked you how that works.
I have so many questions now, and I don't think I want the answers. That's okay though. If I don't know, sometimes just focusing on that will help you to recognize a bit of the emotional distress that you're in. And
Okay.
it's okay to have those moments of distress, but I think right now, where we have a lot of time-gated situations occurring, I mean,
you're right. You're right.
it's okay to take that moment, but understand that there is some urgency here.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. All right. I'm good.
We can talk about it later.
Okay.
I'm more than happy to lend you at least one arm to lean on.
Thanks. I really do appreciate it, Prim. And thanks, Tuck. And I'm sorry, y'all. Don't ever disrespect my woman ever again.
I don't think anybody was trying to do that, Io. And while they were doing this, if it's been about 10 minutes, Gwen would have been casting Mordenkainen's private sanctum around the room that we're in. So I think as that happens, you just see sort of this bright golden glow around the perimeter of the room that sort of settles into the walls. And she's going to say, well, I really hope that doesn't piss anybody off, but I don't really care if it does. And now this whole area, nobody inside can be affected by like divination sort of spells. I don't know if that affects anything that might have already been on anybody. But
Talk.
Yeah,
I'm-
in yet.
You can breathe out. Breathe out. Hold for 4 and then breathe out for 4. Then breathe in
4
for
minutes.
4. No, 4 seconds. 4 seconds.
I love the other idea of like Yori going, and 4 minutes. I did it.
I'm gonna
Impressive.
go grab our guest.
Yeah, I was gonna go grab Tsarra. If we're
No,
taking the 10
you
minutes,
wanna-
I was gonna
yeah,
go to grab
her.
Tsarra.
Just
Cool.
I need to deal with this one. Just points at Talk.
Yeah.
I need to deal with you a little bit.
You got it. Kara, roll me a survival check, I guess, actually.
Oh god, I'm not good at that.
I'll say as you're rolling, you go out and you see, immediate sort of hallway vicinity. She's nowhere to be found.
I'm not good at that, but that's a natural 18 for a 21.
Okay.
Did anybody get a +3?
Yeah.
Beautiful. I think we'll view that as a deity sort of thing. As you finally get a thing back from Mask. I'm getting a weird sense at the end of the hall over here.
Hopefully that's our girl.
Yeah, it feels it feels spiritual.
Well, let's go see.
As you walk through, you go to the end of the hall. You see there's a very large. There wouldn't be a door here. It'd be actually like a big open archway to a garden, which terrifies you, and you run back. A garden that has like all these different like kind of like fey like flowers around, but there is a very large, and oddly, I think there's a point where, Kara, I think you kind of stop for a second, as there's a weird sort of sense of like you feeling like you're not, like you just like transferred planes or something. This doesn't really like make sense, as you see a statue that you've seen for so many years in Eriscar. You see the statue of Corellon pointing south. You see the sort of maybe a little bit more androgynous is what you've seen from Eriscar. You see just wearing a robe, and instead of pointing an arrow, it's just pointing out stuff. But it's unmistakable. It's almost like with them kind of stepping back, it's almost the same statue except for just the difference between the bow and pointing. You see there are a number of different, what looks to be like some sort of monks or spiritual sort of hoods kind of covered up that are kind of like walking around tending to the garden. And you see her standing, kneeling before it.
I will. Is her head like bowed in prayer, or is she just kneeling?
Her head is up, and I think she's just like touching the stone.
I will go and kneel quietly next to her and just bow my head for like 10 seconds to show respect to her god.
As you turn to look at her, you see that she has been crying.
I'm sorry, my friends are all a little tense.
She kind of takes a look around. And is now speaking into you in a little bit of a hushed tone. No, I spoke out of turn, and I have a significant amount riding on this, I guess you would say. I need everything to be perfect. And I did not take into account the feelings of the person that I was talking down to. I was trying to just show them a room where they could be alone.
I know. Talk doesn't... He has a bad history with the Feywilds, and he, I think, is expressing that without discrimination on all the creatures we meet here. It's not an excuse, but it's understandable. And I'm not quite sure what that was, but he's never spoken about her before, so perhaps there's more there than any of us realized.
This creature's caused a lot of pain for a lot of people. I, more than anyone, should respect that and understand. Your fairy is very strange.
Well, he's not... If we are products of our environment, he's not a fairy. He's, as he claims, a giant. Those are the ones who raised him and shaped him, who built his identity, so I think it's only fair.
It makes sense on the confusion of his identity.
I don't think it's confusion.
Okay. I've never been talked to like that in my life. It's
Then
strange.
I think it was good for you. New experience. There's more to the world beyond your lovely forest. And perhaps it's time you learn some of that. What we're facing is not going to be easy. It's going to be dangerous, and there's going to be high emotions. So I, and knowing the group I travel with, expect more of that.
I'm aware of the dangers and have been working since I've learned that I will be joining you to steel myself, as it would be important for you to explain to your group that it is the very emotions that the forest will turn against you.
I am no stranger to turning others' emotions against them. I think part of the power in resisting that comes with acknowledging those emotions, though. You can't control your emotions if you deny that you have that anger or fear to begin with.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion, you
DC
say?
17.
Okay. I wouldn't have been able to guidance myself.
I don't think so.
It was a 16.
So close.
It
You
was so
see
close.
you see a moment of quiet contemplation, and at that point, I think you hear, both of you hear the snipping of a flower that has been as it's being pruned, and you see her face change into that same sort of demeanor as she had entered the rooms. It is fully fair for you to do things your way, but know that I'll be doing them mine.
As you should. Come, my friend is about ready to show us some, hopefully fill in the blanks of some of our questions.
I don't think they would wish for me to be present.
You have as much of stake in this. More, in fact, than I think most of the rest of us. I think you have a right to be in that room. And I would defend that right.
If you think I am scared to enter there, you're wrong. It's more of an understanding that if we are going to be a group that is going to coalesce with one another, that it is best that I understand and learn my boundaries.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not touching her, I'm just looking at her. Normal insight check. For a 28.
Cool. So I think she's teetering back and forth between when she's looking at you and she's looking away at the figures that are around her. So there's definitely, you get a sense of like, she's definitely in a space where she is not able to fully, she has to be very careful in how she's speaking her mind. But in regards to the idea of like her being present in the room, it's somewhat like you look at you look at her and you kind of get the like gauge of like, we kind of look to be the same age, which means that most likely she's hundreds of years older than me. But she also said, I've never been spoke to like that before. So there is actually this sliver of just complete, I don't even want to say complete immaturity, but the idea of like the reaction to someone who is having to step forward in a room that has happened before for the first time ever. She is saying, if you think I'm scared of being in that room with those people, you're wrong. She's not really scared of the people, but she is scared of the confrontation.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you choose to stay out here, find me later. I will share with you what we've learned, but I think your approach is wrong. We are not of this plane, all of us, not of your social class. So the way we get to know each other, coalesce as a group, is different. And I think you would benefit from it.
What do you mean by social class?
Lady Verdant, you are above and beyond all in the party that I know of. Certainly me.
You're talking lineage and responsibility.
Rank, status within your society as well.
Understood. And carrying over that insight check, someone who's so high in the social class, they don't understand the concept of a social class. That's what you're, yeah. I will pray on it.
Find me later. I can share with you what we've learned.
I assume that would be very easy to do, as any movement on these grounds, besides the places that have been welcome to you, would be highly dangerous.
Well, I like a little challenge. You're right, we will stay put for tonight. And she's going to stand up and walk back.
You see the monks that are present. Nothing's happened because they're monks and friars. Like there's that sort of thing. You see many of them have like taken their hoods down and are staring in complete and utter shock and dismay at you, in the idea that you are leaving this individual without her giving leave. But she doesn't turn around or anything to that. So you could just walk right out. It's just the nerve that's what you get like as you're walking.
I think she I don't know how much I can do, but deepens the whiteness of her eyes a bit as she just winks at one of them.
Yep. Has extremely confusing feelings for the rest of the day.
Let's go, roused. Let's go.
Beautiful. Yeah, you walk back in. As Kara is walking back in, is there anything that any of the rest of you are liking to do or wanting to do in those few minutes of prepping or whatever? Or do you guys just wait for her to come back?
I wait for her to come back before we start legend lore, of course.
Cool.
So I don't know if you went while I was casting the other spell.
Yeah, I was trying to go during that 10 minutes while you were doing the
Yeah.
meditation and casting the other spell.
So I imagine that spell takes effect by the time you get back, as you walk back in.
Cool. Give me maybe a few minutes of roleplay while I pull that up.
So, Io, it's a puzzle box. Is that what you? Because I noticed you were filling with it, and that's something that might be able to also help in the future with emotional moments.
That's kind of how I tend to use it, but I don't know. After that comment, I saw red. But yeah.
I'm assuming you don't normally see red in that context.
No, normally I tend to have a pretty good handle on my emotions. It's
I think that's the first time I ever saw him got mad.
Well, and then there was the situation at the river too. Are you doing okay? Genuinely.
Well, so Tuck told me about the first time he was here, and then when I saw those little fuckers piling up on him, after I had already promised to have his back, I felt like I was going back on my word, and then right before I sent them right to the deepest part of the abyss, I heard. Sometimes I hear my patron's voice, and
oh, you have a patron. Cool.
Yeah. They're not the nicest of sorts. Massive sea creature, big blue eyes, big everything else.
Okay.
They're the reason why I do this, pointing to the leaking feet.
All right, you come in right at that moment of big everything else.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Right. That makes a little. And then tracking. Cool. Yes. Hi. Welcome
princess?
back.
No princess anymore.
Yeah.
So I think she is unsure. You know how there were certain situations in the Dare's Wharf Thieves stuff that were played not quite right because there was a lack of understanding of the culture, customs, traditions. She has no idea how to work with anybody below her social status. She doesn't. She quite literally said to me she's never been spoken to like that before in her life, and I don't know how old she is because elves, man.
Elves.
Because
Elves.
elves, man.
Because elves.
I just think she's confused, lost.
Oh,
She's preying on it, so she may join us later.
Oh.
She may not, but she does have significant vested interest in this.
Preying on it?
She lost. Yes,
And this is the revenge she wanted, right? Like the first thing when you
I
said
believe
anything
so.
was,
Oh, she's
I mean,
out.
we know her brother was taken, but there may be more there than we realize.
didn't her father say lots of children had been taken?
Yes, lots of children from the city.
Yeah.
I don't know if she has interest in or vested interest in that as well. I don't know, but she's not handling it well right now, so she's praying.
Okay.
I promise to fill her in.
All right. I think maybe
We
I
never
should
did
stop
ask.
using high-level spells on her if she's not going to stick around. But was that Io?
So, one thing.
And
we
Io,
speak
I'm
to
sorry
her
for
again-
casting that spell without asking your permission. I just
No,
panicked.
it's honestly, Shiv. Again, I really do want to apologize to you at the way I lashed out at you guys. It's not me.
I was
and
worried it was your patron doing something to you, taking over you. It was out of character, and I panicked.
You're good. You're good. Remember when we first met? I cast the same spell on you, I think. So,
I think you cast it on Al too before.
so
So we've all, been there.
Walks up.
that did happen.
Anyway, we should be pretty safe
Twice.
from outside influences until we have to leave.
What's wrong with you all? Okay.
A lot, Prim.
there's history, but honestly, in Kara's fault, in Kara's case, it was actually not her fault. Long story, very long story. Anyway, I really want to know what types of children is Yex taking in particular? Are they all like what?
I would assume Eladrin, if they're
What
all
was
Eladrin
Eris?
here.
That's
Eris, to my understanding, was a human.
which you mean that Yex could travel between our world and this world.
Well, and Maeve, I mean,
I don't. Maeve
That
wasn't
That
taken
was
by
different.
Yex.
I think that's separate.
And considering the fact that she can change something,
A lot of children taken by
there's a
places.
lot of
Yeah.
children being taken by the Feywilds
I
at
get
this
it,
point.
yeah.
And my
Well,
wife.
That is a
And
there's
just
a yeah.
Fae in
They-
general.
What?
They have a
are
thing
being
with that.
taken.
What? There's the taking children's an easy story. What?
This is yeah. I mean that's
Alright.
it's me. and-
God?
Maybe we should do this spell before we
That's it.
run out of time.
Yeah.
I
I
do
don't
you
think
have
we're out of
something
time,
from You have something of Ares? Is a box from Ares? I mean, I don't know if that would be a
Actually,
connection to Yex in any way, but if you don't think that's,
Where
yeah,
did she
I mean,
get
it's
the
your spell.
box? The box.
you
Do you know?
know, that I don't know. It was more so we were splitting up because it was right around the time that it was just I think weeks before I met Nene, and she basically since we knew we had to go our own separate ways, I wanted to figure out what my whole ancestry thing was, and it sounded like she had business where she was trying to figure out how to put her life back together after Yex. So she gave me that to remember her by, and basically keep playing at it till I solve it, and when I solve it, that's time to meet up with her again.
Muted.
What? Clint? What? Alice, I had called you Clinton.
I'm not going to ask you to solve it. That's not the point. The point is not just to solve it.
That's very romantic,
Yeah.
Io.
It's more so a metaphor for the journey. It's not there's no nefarious plot of once I open it, it's going to plop me into a horrible dimension. I get, sacrificed
that you
upon
said
the
that,
altar of
It can't
progress.
happen. So
Right, let him cook.
Just saying.
So you haven't solved it before. You don't know what's inside? Or if
No.
anything's inside. It's just
In
okay.
a way, I kind of
looks
feel like
fun.
honestly, it kind of is, but I'm kind of scared to solve it.
I get that.
Because that means the journey's over in a way.
Or it's just beginning.
Or it just means that you're ready.
Or it's just a box.
maybe all things are true at the same time.
Hey, yeah.
Io, do you want to help me with this spell?
I'd love to help you with the spell, Gwen.
So we sit down. I'm assuming one of these walls is a blank sort of space again.
Yeah.
It is now.
Like before, set up the incense.
A little dent from Yori hitting it earlier.
And then I'm going to hand the ivory strips to Io and just tell him arrange these how you think fit. And then I'll cast the spell.
Okay, question about this. Since I've never had a personal connection to Yex, should I try and ask her a question about her?
No,
Maybe get some
we just
insight?
need to. I think it might work best if we just say the name.
All
Is it gonna be a
right.
story like last time?
I think so. This is only the second time I've done this.
Yori just kind of sits down, like right in front of the wall, waits for it.
I think the way Io tries to organize the ivy strips, he tries to make out a if there's enough strips, he's going to try to make out an antler.
There's
Specifically,
4, so we could do that.
okay. If not an antler, like a very simplified flower. Or
Right.
star, actually. Star, not flower. In fact, I like the star idea better. Let's go with the star.
All right. Gwen will help you make the star, and over the next 10 minutes as we burn the incense, I think she just sort of repeats the information that we've gotten about. How do you say that name again?
Yex.
Yix.
EX.
Yex.
IEKZ. EX.
Yex.
That is how I spelled it. So
That's how you spelled it?
I had an I at the beginning, but the rest
Just
of
went
it was
Y-E-X.
Mm-hmm.
um, and just sort of say, just sort of repeat the story for the 10 minutes as the spell sort of settles in and then projects against the wall in the same sort of illuminated storybook that we saw
Beautiful.
before.
You as you all sit and watch, I think Yori kind of gets himself possibly like ready, like sitting down, like full
He's
story
bouncing
time.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. The wall itself begins to change shape slightly, giving a texture of like you see a kind of like almost like a billowing sheet that seems to harden into what looks to be almost like leather. You see there is a line in the middle that starts to become emboldened as we see the leather sheet itself seems to kind of crinkle up into looking like an open book with pages on each side. The first thing that shows up in the memory, the legend lore, the story of Yex is a figure of an old woman, hunched over, somewhat kind face, all of this scrawled as if from a fine tip pen, holding out a carrot to what looks to be a small figure, kind of looking elven in a way, but with features that are a little bit extended, eyes that are a little too big, hair that is slicked back, who seems to be eagerly taking it. And the words start to appear. In the shadowed depths of the Gloaming Forest, where the twilight never wanes and the trees whisper secrets older than time, there dwells a creature of unimaginable malice and ancient power. This creature goes by many names. The Crone of the Gloaming, the Wretch of Withering, the Weaver of Hexbloods, the Putrescent Matron, Miss Craggle to mortals, and to those that know the truth, refer to her as Yex. Yex form is a blight upon the natural world, originating as a beautiful elven creature with a thirst for power that transcended understanding of any mortal realm. Through paths that are not even recognized here, her form changed from this beauty, her skin a mottled greenish black, slick and foul as the stagnant waters of a cursed swamp. Hair long and matted, hanging like tangled webs. Eyes like burning coals, peer from a face gaunt and hollow. At this moment, you see, as if a page is turning, you see a figure that matches this description, haunting. Eyes black, no iris. Mouth filled with jagged, rotting teeth, seemingly permanently curled into a cruel, mocking smile that hints at the untold horrors that she has both endured and wrought. Yex is known throughout several planes for her vile practice of stealing children from cradles, from infancy, from wandering off, ripping them from the arms of their weeping parents. These innocents are forced into horrible experiments, labor, twisted into figures known as hexbloods, cursed beings forever bound to Yex's will, warping their bodies and their minds, turning them into loyal servants and pitiful playthings, stripping away their innocence and replacing it with darkness and pain. These hexbloods become extensions of her cruelty, tools of her wickedness, cursed to spread her blight wherever they tread. Beyond her physical might and dark magic that courses through her very veins, Yex wields an even more terrifying power, the ability to manipulate the emotions of those who cross her path. With but a whisper, she can plunge her victims into the depths of despair, driving them to madness with overwhelming fear, or bind them in chains of hopelessness. Her laughter is said to echo in the minds of those she curses, a haunting melody that sows discord and despair, twisting the hearts of even the bravest souls. Yex is a creature of both the mortal plane and the Feywild, able to slip between worlds with ease. In the Gloaming Forest, she finds sanctuary among the ancient shadows, protected by the very darkness that protects the court. Yet she is not bound to this place alone. Her influence stretches into the mortal realm, where she haunts forgotten woods, abandoned ruins, and places steeped in sorrow and tragedy. Her touch can wither crops, her breath can sour milk, and her mere presence can turn the healthiest of lands into a barren wasteland. Yet it is the decay of the soul that pleases her most, the slow unraveling of hope and joy in those who fall. To invoke the name of Yex is to invite doom, a force of pure malevolence, nightmare given flesh. Those who seek to challenge her do so at their peril. The wisest of sages and the bravest of warriors speak of her in hushed tones, knowing that even the mention of her name might draw her presence. And once she has set her eyes upon you, there is little hope of escape. For Yex, the crone of the Gloaming, is relentless in her pursuit of suffering, and her darkness knows no bounds. You see the page start to disappear and form back into the stone wall.
All right.
Can we do another?
I need an hour first, but sure.
As you all read that, I think there's a moment where in the camera view angle, we see the words kind of written above. But I think we also see it flipped to the faces of you all reading it. Io. When the view turns to you, it is specifically at a spot that says, "These innocents are twisted into Hexblood's cursed beings forever, bound to Yex's will." Io, what are you thinking about?
Io is fully... No. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that reality. I'll change it if I have to. And he's actually probably mumbling that to himself, like audible for whoever's sitting next to him.
Just like shaking your head saying that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yori, when reading through and seeing the depiction of who Yex truly is, what are you thinking about?
I mean, to be honest, I think there's so much like stuff with kids. People keep taking kids, like, children is in the Feywild, like that's what he read about for himself. That's what, I don't know if he knows that that's a thing or if that's a thing with changelings, but there might be that kind of myth around. And then also, yeah, this and so it reminds him of that, like, that might be associated. I think he's thinking he's excited to have somebody directly to fight. That is like, we're going to go attack this person. There's no like stuff around it. We're going to go directly but also, I don't know. He's kind of scared of everything here, and scared that everything is going to be fake. And at the same time, I think a part of him is also excited that, I think, if this person is taking children, maybe they know something about what happened to him, and that thing, that's also scary, because then that brings up his siblings, and he doesn't want to see that. So there's a lot. I think there's a lot of mixed stuff in there.
Brim, as you read through this, I think there is a sense of some sort of disconnectedness to the concept of children, something that, like, I think even, given your history, the idea of remembering yourself as a child is just not something that you either want to think about or can think about. But there is something that I think might come across your face when it's mentioned, turning them into her loyal servants and pitiful playthings. What is Prem thinking about?
I think that line in particular is resonating with how she kind of viewed Adelia and the owner's relationship almost. And that kind of reflection of Fey beings that want to manipulate and control and have their own specific people that they have that kind of grasp over. And I think there's an aspect of that going on. And I think there's also an aspect of worry with how emotional this group is and how potentially easily manipulated the group could be with from the small amount of time that she has seen with them. There is a potential innate worry that some people are going to need to face their demons, and it might be sooner than they want to.
In that realm, Gwyn, I think the view kind of turns to you. I think there's a moment of just calm pride in the idea of having a spell that works so well that I think as you read through it, there's a moment where I think that expression falls a little bit. And when you're reading, the wisest of sages and the bravest of warriors speak of her in hushed tones, knowing that even the mention of her name might draw her attention. Who do you look at?
I think she would definitely look at Alistair first. And then she would look over at the rest of the group as well, and then sort of reflect inward, that kind of unknowingly echoing Prim's thoughts about how emotional as a group we are, and knowing that somehow recently she herself has been immune from those sort of influences, but the worry still creeps in that maybe this is going to be beyond her, despite the success of this spell telling us a lot of what we need to know going in. Even being prepared for that, there's the potential for disaster. And also knowing all of the extra influences on everybody, but Alistair especially, that is a concern to even the wisest of sages to be influenced. And the idea of Undulith being influenced by Yix is terrifying. And Hothier, and just everything. There's a lot going into this.
Kara. There's what I imagine to be a steeled sort of expression when children are mentioned time and time again in this passage. But you notice something catches your eye. Something that I think you read through a couple times. In the Gloaming Forest, she finds sanctuary among the ancient shadows, protected by the very darkness that protects the court. I'd like you to roll me a history check on that.
Can I guidance myself for this?
Yes, you can.
Okay, that's a natural 20. Or a
Beautiful.
21 with guidance, because I have a +0 in history.
The last time legend lore was used, there was an understanding of the characters, figures. It feels weird to say characters, but you saw it in a storybook sort of form, and I think that just seems to naturally make sense. protected by the very darkness that protects the court in the Gloaming Forest. You get the feeling of some sort of connection to the figure known as the Gloaming Warden. And with that, you see the tiniest string of connection answers. At least the hope of having enemies that are less invisible. What are you thinking about?
I think she definitely picks up on that. I was kind of thinking along those lines when you said that as well. But I think her concern is probably more along the lines of some of the other parties' concerns. I think the best way to describe it is an arrogance to her in the idea of the emotional manipulation, because she feels like she's somebody who understands that better than anybody in this group, just because of her connection to emotions, specifically better than like Alistair, for example, who is honestly her number one concern going into this in regards to the emotional manipulation. And not just that, she's seen like Io's already having emotional outbursts. Yori is clearly emotionally distraught by the Feywilds. There's a lot of unkempt emotions in the party that can be easily taken advantage of, in her opinion, as somebody who takes advantage of emotions sometimes.
Makes sense. Alistair, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
It's an 8.
You're reading through this, and I think the natural inclination reaction is this description is not textual, factual. It's written in a storybook-like manner. There's very little to be able to glean from this that is 100% fact, inarguable. I do think you get a little bit of a shiver when you read the sentence, to invoke the name of Yex is to invite doom, for she is a force of pure malevolence, a nightmare given flesh. I think there's a possibility that for you there's a familiarity to those last 3 words. What is Alistair thinking about?
I think recently, anytime we've had those quiet moments and close-ups on Alistair, there's this overdub of like waves crashing into a shoreline, like loud, roaring, breaking off like cliffs. I think in that moment, as those lines, as he reads them, almost as if waves could be resigned to their fate, it just kind of fades away into a stillness, to almost pure silence. And I think he focuses on Yori and Io in particular. And you see him mentally start working through a plan specifically for those two to kind of help them in whatever's coming ahead.
Alistair, roll me an Arcana check. Io, roll me an Arcana check. Kara, roll me a religion check.
Okay.
Can I guidance?
Yes.
Working class 20 on that Arcana. Check.
37.
Sorry, I was
22.
muted. Fuck.
22.
22. Io, as you are collecting your thoughts about this, you see Callisto all of a sudden suddenly turn towards the door.
What do you see, bud?
You see him look at you with a seriousness that you've never gauged before, and just shakes his head. You hear a knock at the door. As soon as you hear that knock, Alistair, you hear Undulith in your head. Leave it closed. Let them pass. Kara, don't open the door.
She moves as quickly as her rogue movement can and just puts her back against the door so that no one can just walk up and open it.
And I think
go ahead. No, please.
and also Io's moving to put himself in very close proximity to Yori, and he's holding his shoulder with force as well.
Okay. Yori, give me a nature check.
A 9.
Do you have inspiration from today?
Mm-hmm.
I do have inspiration today. I'll do it again. Let's try it again.
Tsarra, step away from the door.
Okay, that is a 17.
You look at the door, you see Kara standing in front of it. You see Alistair asking for her to step away. You feel Io's hand on you, preventing you from doing something. Why would I do anything? You hear a voice beyond the door. Jormungandr. That's a silly name. Come on out, half-breed. Come on out and play.
I'm going to put on the mask. The bird mask, the one that, actually protects people from things. And so he just sort of, he had it kind of on his head, I think. He doesn't, it's not like on, but he sort of like puts it down. The rule is, when someone talks in your head, you say what they said. So, there's a person trying to invite me outside. They call me by my full second name, but not by the right name. My name is Talk. Runehelm. Talk the Dreamless. And I don't play.
Unfortunate. You all hear that. It sounds
I'm
like
sorry,
it's
what was
starting.
said?
Yeah, what was that?
That's unfortunate.
Oh, that's
As you hear the slamming on the door, it's more like it's originating from the door, but shaking the entire room.
Your car is full pressed against the door.
I walk towards Kara.
You feel like your bones just shivered from that.
As I get right in front of her, I'll turn back and look at Yori, shake my head, turn back, look at Kara. And you see a haze of mist go up around me as I cast Blink and walk through the door to the other side.
I suppose I have to ask if anybody gets a reaction to do anything before he does it.
I think you also
Yeah.
have to roll a dice to see if you can
Yeah,
do
you
it.
have to roll.
An 11 or higher.
Done.
11 or higher?
Yeah.
Done. Okay.
That puts me on the ethereal plane.
Yeah. Oh, no, you can't.
Why?
Mordenkainen's thing.
You can't. Oh, yeah, you can't.
I don't think you can. Let me read it real quick.
I
It
can't
might
plane
only
shift.
be-
It blocks any planar
Planar
travel.
travel is blocked within the warded area.
Mhm.
That's right.
Then none of that happened.
Beautiful. You cast Blink and then shift and like move into yourself
Alistair,
and look at Gwen.
I think the door needs to stay shut. We don't need to know everything.
I wasn't going to open the door.
You know that's semantics.
It's important this time.
We're important in this room, and I'm going to look at Talk.
It's like what you said earlier. We're gonna have to go in with a level head and good planning.
Is there still loud noises coming from outside?
Nothing yet.
Nothing.
Also,
Kara, how did you know not to open the door?
Mask. We need to let it pass, whatever it is.
All right.
I look right at Kara. Please trust me. I'm not going to leave the room. I'm not going to try and go outside. You can stand here if you want, but please just let me get next to the door. I won't do anything that will endanger anyone in this room, including
Yeah, you
myself.
can stand right next to me while I hold this door shut.
I will hold the door as well, please.
You can both fit there.
why does everyone do this weird thing where they describe everything they're not going to do, but won't
Because
say?
I just want you to trust. I just want to
Is it
get
a
next
surprise?
to the door. It is not a surprise.
Then why?
Because I want to feel this thing. It's powerful. I felt it before it ever got to the door. I just want to feel it's.
And you didn't say anything if you felt it coming?
You spoke up at the same time. You ran to the door.
Kara, you are no longer hearing the conversation as you hear a whisper. It sounds just like Carter. Go ahead, honey. Let him pass.
I think you see her tense for a minute, take a deep breath and close her eyes. And in her head, she's just going to respond, There's nothing you can do that I haven't done to myself. I've hated myself deeper than you can ever make me. So stop using his voice. And tell me who you are, bitch.
Why don't you come find out? And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. See you guys in 10.
Oh no.
And we're back.
We're back.
A few seconds pass. The rumbling seems to go away. Callisto moves over to put his body full in the bath where it felt comfortable. Neve appears on your shoulders, Kara.
Is the coast clear? She says, looking at Neve.
You see it run around to like the other shoulder, and then like kind of looks back, sniffs.
I'm gonna look for Mask too.
So like looking around for Mask, you don't see, but you've heard the voice, so you get the idea like they're here. If you ask for like a physical representation, you feel like they would probably appear.
I'm just gonna like ask in my head to Mask. Are we clear now? Is the danger gone?
Yes to the first question.
Fair enough. I look at Alistair, smile, and step aside, motion towards the door.
What color is Oogle?
I rolled for it. Oogle surprisingly is still green.
Really? Okay,
I know.
cool. Okay, cool. Was expecting little.
It was one of those moments that I rolled for it, and then I was mad that I rolled about it because I was like, really, it should be red. But
Hey, that's how the dice roll.
That's how the dice roll.
Thanks, partner, for having our backs there.
I have had many figures of lore and legend pass before me, but not that close.
Truly.
And then you see him.
So,
It just puts his head below the water.
okay, we'll talk later.
Yeah. A little spooked.
So in Dare's Wharf, when I supported the decisions that you made, and I trusted you, and when we were separate, and others in our group no longer trusted your decision-making, and I stood up for you, and I apologized for the mistakes that I made before we left to come here, at what point are you going to treat me as an equal? At what point are you going to trust me? Or do you just enjoy whatever it is that you do to me? Do you find pleasure in this?
I'm not doing anything to you.
Then why the
Alistair.
smile? You didn't need to give the smile. You didn't need to act superior to me. I want to protect everyone just as much as you do, including you. Why can't you trust me? A simple ask.
How do I know it's you? You said Hothir's still in there. And then there's another you, and the rod. How do I know it's you?
So
How can I trust you when I don't know who it is?
you just said you did. What's the point? You either trust me or you don't. I've done nothing but support you. I've been on your side. I've aided you. I've helped you. I've owned up to my mistakes. What else can I do? Or is it just this forever, as long as we're together? I didn't hear you if you said something.
Sorry. I don't have an answer.
Understood.
Alistair, I am still scared of you.
Believe me, I'm
No.
scared of you as well. But I trust you.
Why would you fear me?
Why would I not? Sure, Hothir's still alive, but he fell the first time to you. You survived him when I barely could.
Why would you be afraid? Do you think of yourself as all those people, like, at once?
I am who I am, whatever that is today. But I've said all along I would never hurt any of you intentionally, and
Do you ever do anything unintentionally?
don't we all?
Sure. I think, yeah. I mean, I trust Alistair, but I thought of Alistair as like the Alistair that bound my wings and that I first met. I didn't know there were other people. I didn't get to know those people either. So, in some ways, it's kind of unfair to ask someone to trust people that they don't know. If maybe, like, Undulith wants to come out and we'll get to know Undulith for a while, and if I don't, I mean, I'll get to know Hothir. Like, I'll just, if you want to put me in a room with Hothir, I'll get to know him and see if we can trust him. Eventually, you can trust people you fight sometimes. I didn't know that you thought of yourself as like all of them, but I want to be able to trust you if you're all of them. I just
You bring
didn't
up a
meet
fair
them.
point. Are you Yori or are you Tak? Are you Kara or are you Siobhan?
But you're meeting talk. I haven't really met and talked to Undulith.
Trust me. That's all I'm asking.
Do you trust everybody that I know?
I didn't ask you to trust Undulith. I'm not asking you to trust Hothir. I'm asking you to trust me. The person you're talking to right now. The person who bound your wings. The person who supported you in Dare's Wharf. The person who's been your friend forever. I just met you, but you can trust me.
I do trust you.
Can you tell me that those people inside you aren't going to hurt anybody here?
I can tell you I will do everything in my power to stop them, if they were to try.
Wouldn't you want us to stop them if they were to try?
Absolutely.
Al,
That's hard to tell.
I trust you.
Good point.
Sometimes you piss me the fuck off. I trust you. I'm not even going to say a but, because the only thing that's important after you say the word but is everything that came after it. The fact of the matter is, though, I trust you. I know you. You're actually a great guy. There's a lot of love in your heart. The thing that I think scares Kara and makes Tak ask the questions that he asks is all of us are weak from time to time, and what happens in that moment of weakness, Hothir slivers through, or Undulith springs whatever she's got cooking up in that noggin of hers, and you don't regain control fast enough before it's too late.
Okay.
I want you to trust, I want you to trust me with this shit I got going on with my patron. I don't know what's going to happen with that either, but I also trust you guys to be able to, if I'm too far gone, to put me down. I'm just saying it is a difficult ask, but at the same time, I completely get where you're coming from.
It's not a difficult ask, Io. Trust me or don't. If you're going to say that you can't trust me because of Undalith or Hothir, then you're in the same boat as me, friend. It's not like you've been yourself lately either. I know you just said that, but at the end of the day, I'm asking you, all of you, to trust me. You can choose to do that
you
or
to
not.
walk into the woods on off the path? If you say yes, that's the next time that you do that. If that's what you're asking of me, then I'll let that happen.
You're also
If that's what
asking
you
us to
want,
trust with
I will.
blind faith. You didn't explain anything. You didn't describe anything. You said move and then try to cast a spell.
But you're right, we're friends. And there's a lot of different ways to be friends and a lot of different things going on. If you want that kind of trust, if you want me to not interfere if I feel like you're making an action that's not of your own will, it's hard to judge. We're in a place that happens all the time. But I can't make that choice for you. I thought you'd want me to. But if you don't, then if I feel like I won't be able to know. And if I don't know, then I'll err on the side of that it's you doing something that I just don't understand. But you have to say that very clearly right now, that you don't want me to interfere if you're acting in a way that seems like you're being controlled by somebody, or that's not you. And if that's just something I don't understand, then you're my friend and I'll do it if you ask.
I will be very clear. All I'm asking you to do is to trust me. And if it seems like I'm being controlled, then you're more than welcome to ask, and the answer will hopefully become clear between the phenomenal people that we have in this room that can tell the difference. As for you, Kari, you said nothing before you stood in front of the door and blocked us in here either. Everything happened quickly. I'm sorry I didn't give my exact thoughts. Next time I will. I just wanted to know what was on the other side of the door. I had no intentions of opening the door. I wouldn't put you in harm or anyone else in this room in harm's way.
But I think we already knew what was on the other side of the door. And in that moment, I don't think we needed to know more. Calculated risks, remember? We've been very bad about that to now. We have to be better.
If you won't trust me, please, just at least stop with the quips and the looks. Can we at least agree on that?
Sure.
Thank you.
There's a knock at the door again. This time, much lighter.
I'll answer it.
Wait. Can I just listen at the door real quick?
Mm-hmm. Nothing.
Just Sarah.
I think you hear a voice in your head say, "I think it's okay."
I'm just gonna go sit by the fountain.
I will open the door.
Come in.
You all get dead. You all get dead.
How many
I'll
dead
get
though?
You get 3
a
dead.
couple? 3 dead.
You get
All
3
cool,
dead.
Cool. Nice.
And
I'll mark
Great
that on
on
the
you
sheet.
guys, man.
You can't give them back. You cannot give them
Yeah,
back.
well, yeah, I didn't want to give them back. I'm putting them on my sheet. 3 dead.
Put 3 dead on your sheet, and then
Rocks fall. Everyone.
want someone to just be typing the code. What the fuck does that mean? What
in the bag
what
of
version of 5e are you? Yeah, put them in the bag of holding.
Bag of holding.
Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Actually, hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
One of them doesn't fit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, size. Yeah, we got it. You got it. Yeah, encumbrance.
It was Hothier.
You gotta stick with the rules, you know?
Yeah, are we
You
encumbered from that level? Yeah.
Well, if you're carrying the other one, yes. All right. Anyways,
Yeah,
so
okay.
yeah.
I had a quick question. That is a real mechanical question.
About the dead that you have,
Yes,
the 3
about
of
the
them?
dead that we just got. Yes.
Cool.
The golden mask of the Harpy Queen.
Yes.
So it's a mask. It's like it has abilities. It has things. Does it require? If I'm attuned to it, does it require I put it directly on the front of my face to work? Or like, could he be wearing it up and that still works? I'm just curious. Yeah,
On top of the head. Yeah, I think it's as long as it's on your head, it works. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then that's,
So you could, like,
that's
kinda, like,
totally
wear it
for now. Yeah.
Like almost
Wear it
as a hat.
backwards.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
when you have a face,
Or you can wear
have
it
a face
backwards,
mask
yeah.
And you sort of like, for now, I'm gonna. Yeah, that is a decent idea with the hair and everything. But for now, I think it's just a slit up, kind of like up as if it was like a hockey mask.
Hockey mask.
Or something like that.
Hockey
Yeah.
mask, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm thinking. Cool.
Gwen, as you open the door, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Oh, wonderful. You know what? I'm going to use my inspiration from last time because that was
There
a
you go.
natural 1. I don't like it. Okay, that's much better. 15.
15. You see her, Tsarra, in the doorway. Not 3 dead.
It was
Kind of like wringing her hands.
Did something
Come in.
happen? Yeah. I'll stand back so she can come in. And I will look at her and I'll say, you can shut the door behind you. And I'll back off.
She
It's not like mean or
nods.
anything. It's just
Yeah, she nods and like goes and like kind of shuts it. You can even see like the movement of her shutting the door is odd.
Yeah.
She's just so not used to it.
you look troubled.
Can you still understand all of us?
She should
Do
be
you
able
want a
to.
sandwich?
That thing lasts a whole hour. And
Um,
it's been like 20
You
minutes.
can have one of mine.
I'd say it's probably even like closer to like 40 minutes, but yeah.
Maybe 40
we'll say
minutes,
that,
yeah.
I don't know if you'd
Um,
like it though.
were you privy to our visitor?
She kind of stops at you, Io. She must know we're coming.
We did say her name a bunch of times. We're not
Yeah.
supposed to do that.
She
a
who
lot.
must not be named.
I don't understand. She's not allowed to be outside of the forest. That's why we did what we did.
I don't think she really cares what she's allowed to do.
Didn't you just
I think
cast
she
something that's
chooses
supposed to protect us
do
too?
things.
Did
What
part
was
of
that?
the
Put
forest
around.
come with you?
How do we prepare against something that can just...
All of you are asking a lot of questions.
Yeah.
We'll say one by
all
one.
at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you cast something to to protect the room? Is that what protected us?
I think so. I think
Well-
it protected us as much as it could.
Well then, at least we know that something you do works, right? You know, that you're powerful enough to keep her out of the room, at least in this place.
Yeah.
But she's not allowed here.
I don't. I think she's somebody who chooses what she allows in a lot of ways.
Would she be able to enter if you carried a token of hers in? A part of her. Something she was bound to. In blood?
My brother was not bound to her. If that's what
You
you're
don't
saying.
know what she did to the corpse.
She,
Roll some stuff for her.
Al, when you saw the head, did you make anything out magical aura wise?
We know that this creature feeds off of emotions, controls them. So I think it is in your best interest to hear what I'm going to tell you and deal with it as best you can in the short amount of time that we have. Your brother more than likely was a hexblood of this creature. Your brother more than likely is still connected some way, dead or alive, to this creature. She will use that against you. She will use the feelings you have about this against you. If you are going to come with us, you need to be able to control that as best you can, as we all are currently trying to come to terms with our own situations.
And it's
Kind of our
very
whole thing.
likely she's not the only one. Like Talk said, it's her whole thing.
Yes, actually you and I, Lady Verdant, have some common ground in that one of her hex... She's done something likely similar to someone I care about very deeply as well.
Respectfully, you are mistaken.
Respectfully, that attitude is going to get us all killed. Lady Verdant.
Well, maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, whatever got her in here, got her in there. I mean, if we're going to her, then wherever she can go, the thing we should do is figure out. So we've never had that talk, you know, like the talk,
The birds and the bees.
battle strategy.
Oh, that talk.
Yes.
That talk.
It's a very strange start to that conversation.
It's just, you know, it's we used to have it, you know, if we were going, like, you know, depending on. I grew up with a certain amount of it, but when you, it's awkward to like talk about because we don't intentionally fight a lot of things, like, but we do tend to get in a lot of fights, and at this point, it might be good if we actually figured out a plan of how we work when we fight things at some point. It doesn't have to be right this second. I know not everybody's comfortable with that and whatnot, but also I don't think Prim's just guessing at anything we can do, and
No.
like in a battle you're supposed to know what your teammates can do, and this thing sounds like something where like, well, maybe it's just, you know, we're just gonna get like mashed into the ground, but Gwen being able to hold her outside the room, even here, whatever's going on, makes me feel like we have a chance. And
To that end,
talk about it.
we need to know what are her vulnerabilities. That legend had a lot of different strengths, like using your emotions against you. Her legend, yes. Were you? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think you were there to see
It's
that.
what I explained my friend Glenn was going to do. We
Yes.
got information on her capabilities. Somewhat. More about her story.
How?
Look at
Magic.
Gwen.
There's for
Looks at-
creatures or places of particular importance, there's a spell that I know that gives insight.
Looks at Alistair as you say this. So wouldn't it be just as likely that you invited her here by finding out information about her?
I put what protections up I could. If the spell I put on this room held and kept her out, the likelihood of it being the spell is less.
And
I can't say 0.
And in all honesty, we have to know what we're fighting, especially something
That's not what I said, respectfully.
Yes. Yes, that is possible. Absolutely. We could have very much drawn her here. However, it is just as likely that your brother, or some part of him, or you yourself, also allowed her to come here.
You see through gritted teeth as she's looking at you, and there's like a moment, I think, of like just full eye contact between both of you. Fair.
And to that end as well, we washed a hell of a lot of blood off ourselves in your fountain here that came from something she's influenced by. I don't think it's possible to say for sure what totally drew her. It could be a combination of it all.
She kind of like hangs her head at that, as that's not something she thought of at all.
Lady Verdant, I have to ask, are all the children of the city accounted for?
I will return shortly. You see her walk out with that.
I think
Every
if she took children, we need to know as soon as possible.
Also, what can she do in any situation as well? Yes, she is a princess, but is she trained in fighting, in magic, arcana? I feel like that was kind of where talk was going. I'm sorry.
We will come back to
It's
that.
like
It's
that
very
kind of- yeah.
important. And as soon as she gets back, we'll have that conversation.
Cool.
I would like to also see if they have any of the items of the lost children. What I do with emotions, you've seen me do it on people primarily, but it works on objects too. People leave behind an emotional imprint, and I can follow it like a bloodhound following that thread of emotion.
Don't disagree, but I do think we need to be very careful in how you manipulate emotions in her realm. Especially of children she is connected to.
Yes. It's not manipulation, it's just sensing, but I hear your concerns.
I think it's one and the same. Just, we need to be careful.
Alistair, you're raising your hand?
Clinton is raising his hand. As Gwen said, we washed a lot of blood off in the fountain here. There is this moment in Alistair's mind. That water is the same water that is outside and flows in the rivers and everything else. In my head, can I make the connection? Is there some way? Is that water also nourishing the dryad?
Oh.
Roll me a nature check.
Yo, that's a good question.
That is a really good question.
Good question.
Once again, Clinton is reading my mind.
Flash of Genius, that's a 17.
17.
You want Bardic?
Yes.
Can I have given him a Bardic? I never use my bardics, all right? They're stories. I'll tell you a story right now.
Sure.
Okay. It's a D6.
Heard. So it's 17
Nice.
plus 5 is what?
22.
22.
22.
It nourishes the tree that she is most likely a part of. The extension that you saw in the court is an extension of the actual like large tree itself.
So when the dryad was there were like roots that were going back into something, or do we just know that dryads tend to be part of a larger structure in general? Like I didn't remember.
I'd say there's
description
probably
of
a
them.
little bit of just Alistair knowing like dryads are connected to a tree.
A tree.
And
Yeah.
and like usually a
nature.
very significant looking tree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as they're talking, I make that connection. We need to go to the throne room, or we need to go see the dryad again. If we wash the blood off, and the blood is somehow responsible, if possible, is this the same water that she would be nourishing herself from?
Okay.
Oh.
Well, that's a terrible system. They all wash in it. Why did you set this up?
The entire city drinks from
She's
it.
gone. She's
too.
not here.
Oh, she's gone now? Okay.
Yeah, she's-
You mentioned the children. She went to go check.
That's right.
That's
Right.
where
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
at.
okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well,
All right. Yeah. Oh.
sure.
Yeah. Let's go check that out. That seems important.
I feel like they
Yes.
should have had a better filtration system.
I don't
Or
think that
just
they know
a
what
separate
filtration is
a separate
here.
bathing thing, like not just it's
They
like that
don't-
where everyone
Ugh.
drinks from too. They
Ugh.
drink and I mean I guess there's
Their whole
there's parts to that.
infrastructure doesn't make
We
sense.
just have a river. We just
It's
go to
rushed. The whole thing was rushed too.
Yeah.
They-
Oh,
All right. Let's go.
To the
Okay.
throne
Go see
room.
what we see.
Where are you guys going?
Throne room.
that's right.
Go
To
to
the
see the
dryad.
From the dryad.
To the throne room. You got it. Cool. Awesome. Beautiful. This is.
kid.
I'm very happy you guys are doing this, because you see a figure that's standing in front of it.
Oh, great. I love it.
On
Oh,
he's
look at
sitting in the throne.
No.
No.
You're standing in front of the door of the.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
As we're walking up, I'm just gonna look right at Gwen.
We
Hi.
heard
We're worried
commotion.
that our
Hello.
blood got in the tree person, and
Oh.
that the fountain goes right to the tree, and we washed a lot of blood, but it was like bad blood. Like the blood from that big old pond next to the door,
that's
the
enough
big door,
information.
which is the arch.
Wow.
Way.
Yeah. That seems. Wow.
Are you in charge here?
No.
Oh, okay.
We wanted to
You
check
guys
on the
know we wa-
dryad
Yeah.
Hmm.
to make sure she's okay.
Are you guarding this door? Or are you just kind of standing here?
Yes.
Okay. Can we
I-
come by?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fair. It's like, how would we get permission to come by?
Oh. Someone.
Can that
So
well,
someone-
Lady Verdant is out making sure
Well-
that none of the children have been taken from the city. We
She'd
need
work.
to check on the dryad.
She would work for sure.
What about
Yeah.
Io? You said someone.
I don't.
Io is someone.
Looks
Yeah.
at
My
Io.
friend isn't someone.
Io is someone.
Yeah, speaking
Io is
of
Very
speaking-
someone.
Speaking of Lady Verdant, she wanted us to make sure that the lead dryad woman was safe, and we are going to go check on her.
She said that.
Yes, she definitely said that.
Oh, also the dryad didn't she invite you, Alistair, to I don't know something, but it's kind of seemed like she's wanted to see you again.
It's
Oh.
true too.
I wouldn't.
Are you loyal to your king? Are you loyal to your sovereign?
Of course.
Would you give your life for him?
You see him absentmindedly take out this great sword that's on his back. I guess.
Okay. He is potentially in trouble on the other side of that door, and he needs your help. If he is,
Oh.
Cool sword,
yes, it's
Thank you.
fantastic sword. We need
Can I
to
roll
get
an insight check on this guy to see if he's
Please
being
do. Thank you.
Yeah.
blatantly flippant, or if he's literally
Charmed
this guy,
or
Yeah.
charmed.
or if he's charmed? Like, what the fuck is going on with that?
and I roll to see if
What's
he's
up with
just
that?
awesome.
He is.
Pretty
That's-
awesome.
Can I guide myself while I do this?
Yeah.
Not that I need it because I have a plus
Why
11.
did you wink at me?
Yeah.
32.
32. Oh man. 32, you see there's a moment of like he seems to bode a general sort of realm of like good charisma. Like you see the twinkle in the eye, and it is very like anyone who's not rolling a 32 would look at the twinkle in the eye as like a, oh, you know a little bit more than you're letting on. And maybe there was a point in time where he did. Not anymore. Something happened most likely to this creature, or is happening to this creature, that has guarded, has like blocked certain realms of like problem solving thought. What were we?
Do I know what languages Gwyn speaks?
Probably. I don't think we share any except common.
You don't speak
Hey.
Leonin or Orc?
Nope.
Yes.
Yes. Do you like to gamble? A bet, a wager. Can we? Quick wager. I win. You let us through the door. You win. We leave.
Is it fun?
It's very fun. It's actually tactile as well. You get to use your hands.
Will I get in trouble?
You will not get in trouble.
Alistair,
will
there's
actually-
magic here.
Me.
Well, you
I-
probably won't get in trouble for playing a game.
No,
It's just-
there's magic here.
Mm.
Can you?
No, 1 second. And then I'll reach in and I'll pull out a dice. Here, take this, and you're going to roll. You can count, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
8, 9, 10.
Yes.
Nope, just 6.
Okay, no, so yeah.
All right. And so you take it. You roll
Yeah.
as you
gotta
roll
give me a
and
I am going to grit my teeth and touch Alistair's shoulder to cast guidance.
save it. Well, all right.
It's a
It's
cantrip.
a cantrip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Save it, just save it anyway.
I don't want your guidance.
I count to 6.
Nope. You're gonna roll it, and you whatever number faces you will be your number, and then I will roll, and whatever number I get, and whoever has the largest number, or if you would choose a different way, maybe whoever has the lowest number. Either way, that person wins, and if we win, we get to go through the door. If you win, we will leave.
You guys freaking have Oogle.
Yep.
We do.
We'll say, Prim, roll me a luck check. You have advantage.
Okay.
Ooh, I rolled really high.
I got a 9.
Cool.
With advantage?
Advantage?
I got a
You got
3 and a 9.
Oh my.
As
Unless
you
I can use
guys,
my inspiration from last time doing.
Even
Uh,
better yet.
But it did
Um,
24
uh,
hours, that's the rule.
I don't. It's
24
like
hours
in the margin.
in game.
It's in the
In-game.
margin.
Mhm.
Yeah, use it then.
Yeah, you're still within 24
Yeah,
hours.
you got
of
it,
the
yeah.
margin.
And I'm just rolling 1 extra.
Mhm.
That's an 18.
There we go.
I'm so sorry. I
You
rolled a
rolled a
19.
19.
Yep.
I rolled a
Okay.
19.
You
I
got
rolled
it
a
close to
19.
making it.
And I really wish I had that camera ready that I promised I would. I apologize, but it is a 19 for sure. And it's
19
actually
bucks is
Kiki's
better
dice
time.
that she gave me. That she
Why'd
got
you
for
do
me,
that
so
to us, Kiki?
seriously.
I gave him all
cool.
the loaded dice. I'm sorry.
With a 19, you hear a voice behind you all. Goes, "What's happening here?
God.
I'm going to play a game. And if I get the lowest or the highest, they'll win."
We wanted to check on the Dryad. We're worried with what happened earlier. And all of the blood that we brought in with us could be
Your
influenced.
concern in this kingdom is noted. Appreciated.
Okay, but if
even.
like the blood from that archway got in the fountain, and then the fountain went into the dryad tree, would that be bad?
What?
We also, I think Yex was here for a second, and then tried to get into our room. So I'm just saying, like, you know, if we can't go in there, that's fine. But like, I think the blood that we had, we were covered in
Beautiful.
blood from the arch, and then we
Grace.
came back.
Someone
and they told
make
us
it
to
stop
wash.
talking.
So we
Yeah,
washed in the
it's well.
fountain,
Was here.
and then Yex was here, and
Well,
did you-
it is
Okay, I
good
don't know
that
what's being
you're
said.
tasked with the...
I don't know what's being said, but should we be saying that name out loud?
Oh yeah.
Oh, is he speaking common? That's a good.
He is speaking common, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, this guy.
Yep. Let me be clear for those that are not familiar with what seems to be just common knowledge of dryads, the Feywild, Eladrins, and our kingdom. Your concern with the dryad is based on the concept that this figure would talk or answer to you. It is only present when the sovereign is present in the court.
The
Your
tree only exists when the sovereign is there.
I'll say it again slowly. The dryad
Slower,
makes
please.
themselves known when the sovereign is present.
Even though we all saw the look
Doesn't
that
the
was
water go to
given
a
off
tree,
my
not
friend.
the dryad?
Furball
Above-
friend.
Quick.
Furball friend.
You're interested in going into a court to speak with something that will not reveal itself to you because the sovereign is not present in the court. However, if you would like to try your luck in talking with the dryad at her tree, I cannot stop you.
Where is her tree?
It's the very large tree that envelops the entire city.
Okay.
You're a real dick.
I have a
I
quick
don't
above
know what that
board question.
means.
It's a whale thing. Don't worry about it.
Amazing. Amazing.
Fuck. Let me be a dick. I'm sure that seems important where you come from. Where do you come from?
Muspelheim? It's
I
the
see.
caldera near the mountain volcano, you know. It's a lot of big people there. Some packles.
Well, I feel I've made my point very clear. There's no reason to be entering into the court, especially during a time of mourning for my brother.
Should we go at night?
Mourning with a U. I felt I've been very clear. Am I
Sorry, I didn't know you.
am I
you all-
missing a piece of your
It was like a
simplistic
spelling thing.
language?
Right. I didn't know you spelled morning with a U.
Friend Furball, do you like cupcakes?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you, that man over there has so many on him that he could never possibly eat them. You should go get some.
Doc, do not let these people through in any
Doc, let us
means.
through. I cast suggestion through the mask.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
It's a DC 17,
I swear,
think, for the
I
mask.
fucking swear to God, I rolled because I was like, he definitely has disadvantage. I rolled 2 18s.
Wow.
I rolled 2 18s.
That's
so
fair enough.
sorry. I'm sorry. I maybe cupcakes.
Nah, that's fair.
The figure goes, no cupcakes. Any reason or anything that they try to convince you with in letting them pass into the court, you are to say no
You guys, we
and
could
to
just go
not
to the tree.
let them in.
I spin around and in Elvish look right at him. Your arrogance is going to cost someone's life. Your friend here has clearly been manipulated in some way or another. Either you are too blind to see it or you are the one that did it. Something is happening here. You need to let us find out what it is or do it your damn self.
You see him step forward into your space. I rather viewed that first part as a threat. There's a moment where you see him kind of like turning to the side, and like he's about to call for someone, and there is a very familiar figure that comes to your aid. That goes, Varian. I have this, thank you. Lady Verdant, these people are trying to enter your court. Now in Elvish, so those of you who can understand them.
Mhm.
I understand, and I am glad that you were there to make sure that they did not do so. Please let me continue my favor with them. The days are numbered when you can tell me what to do, Lady Verdant. You see him walk off.
Yeah, you better walk away.
Lady, the children.
Fine. As far as we know, some of the smaller families are not as quick to respond, but we'll know by morning.
We're concerned that the blood we washed off may have polluted the dryad. That's why we're here.
I see. Talk. You see him holding the dice, kind of puts it behind his back. Yes, Lady Verdant. Let us through. Yes, Lady Verdant. I'm just kind of let us through. You're able to
I will
walk in
offer him a button for my dice back. Just thank you.
Have a good day, Doc.
Roll me an athletics check.
You still have guidance because you haven't used it yet.
I'm really so good.
Guidance is a D4, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
before.
Doc is a god of athletics.
Dude, proletariat
I don't want
20.
to look at them.
Proletariat 20? Beautiful.
Proletariat 20.
There is a moment when Alistair is holding on to it, and Doc kind of like picks it up a little bit, and Alistair's feet leave the ground for a second, and then like are able to slip through just from gravity. Oh,
Here, take this.
okay.
While this is happening, can I go over
There's
to Kara
4 holes.
when you're done?
You just see if you flip it hard enough to see if you can get fewer holes or more.
He flips it. It goes flying off his finger and goes right. And he's oh no! Oh,
That's all we had to do.
that's all you had to do.
You could just, hey, here.
I don't know. It all depends on what you guys do.
Yeah, fair.
Yes. Sorry, Gwen. What did you say?
While that exchange is happening, can I just go over to Kara and I want to ask her the magic you wanted Alistair to look at. Do you think it was new on Doc, or?
I don't know if it was new, but his mental capacities have been decreased, harnessed. He's not all there, and I think it looks like a magical origin.
Are you saying this loud enough for Tsarra to hear?
I wasn't whispering my question to her.
Yeah, I wasn't whispering either.
I can assure you it's not a thing of nefariousness. We found Doc already in that space of aloofness.
And none of your clerics could remove it?
I guess in that way it does seem a bit nefarious.
When did that happen?
Well, I've known Doc for all of his life, so maybe 50 years ago?
Before or after you came here?
He joined us in the journey here. So, during.
In 50 years, no one thought to try and help him?
He didn't know.
Or no one could?
No.
Or no one cared?
That's
I
the
don't
right
think
answer.
that's it.
When you grow up with a thing, you get used to understanding its value in its value to you rather than its connection to oneself.
That's sick.
I guess it is.
Not exactly directed at you or anybody, just the whole... I don't like that.
Do you have powerful clerics here?
She looks at you and smiles. Some?
It's not a very complicated, from my understanding. If you have enough power to try to reverse or remove influences like that.
It is very complicated. If it were to work, there would be consequences. If it would backfire, there would be consequences, all of which would be handled, enacted, and affected by the sovereign. Maybe one problem at a time.
Right.
The druid.
And you see as she's like moving forward, she's very conflicted in that thought. You see referencing that didn't cross her mind at all, because she grew up with like recognizing that was the thing, and that was the so yeah,
That was the norm. No one questioned
was the norm.
Mm-hmm,
And a lot of it's like the royalty norm, like the idea of
Of
like
course.
this is And I think like there's also not to go off book here, but like there's also like the idea of like it's clear that he's had a good life, but without remnants of like full faculties of choice, right? So
Yeah.
so on the one hand, like if he has choice, then he might choose wrong, but like that sort of thing. Yeah. Which, to be clear, she's like in that process of thinking about it right now. She has not thought about that at all.
We cannot solve a monarchy in one night. So.
Right. Yeah. So you get to the extension of the tree. Now you kind of like notice that it does look like it is a branch that is jutting up out and pushing through. However, it is a completely when you guys leave, you'll kind of get the view the view from this that it looks like it's an extremely extended horizontal branch that has moved out further than any branch typically would, giving kind of a sense of like you're not really sure if that was their power, the Dryad's power, or whatever, but it doesn't seem natural. As you come to the tree, you look at the Dryad figure, just seemingly just kind of like stuck in the same like pose that you like kind of like saw it when you came in. Seems to be untouched. I don't know if there's specific.
You know, I honestly was concerned.
Can I roll a medicine check on the Dryad?
Yeah, you got it, and she'll give you advantage.
Guidance and advantage. Nice.
Mhm.
Okay. 17, 20, 27.
With a 27, you feel pretty confident that at this moment, this figure seems to be like looking at the stems of the branches, all of that, the coloration. When you saw it come alive, it definitely took on like a darker sort of form. There's also like a part of it that you know when you I don't think like Kara is not familiar with what a Dryad possesses as far as power goes, but you did get the feeling of it being rather immense, especially being close to the tree. Alistair, I think like in your connection of like Dryads, the further away they are from the tree, the weaker they are. Yeah, in this moment, you don't see anything that's referencing any like sort of necrotic or otherwise. Looks to be completely normal as far as Dryads go.
She looks fine. Perhaps the blood wasn't the issue.
Or maybe it's flowed away. I'll look at her and say it might be worth the time to send scouts along the river in both directions to look for signs of blight, just to know if there's anything that's been affected. That's one of the big signs.
I think at this moment, I rolled a 3, so at this moment you see her her back is kind of to the tree. Is like kind of nodding along, but definitely is not pay attention to you. I think like following her eyesight, you see in place of the throne a pedestal with a figure of the head, with a what looks to be like some sort of some board, like very like slim sort of diadem around the top. I'm sorry. Yes, that will be. It'll be fine.
Is he as you remember him?
He was never peaceful. I'm sure you gathered the resemblance of the figure that was stopping you.
Mm-hmm.
He is our prince, essentially. He was to take the throne. And now it's Eldarians.
Joe, using the alive version as a blueprint, is there anything even minutely different about this head that would suggest having gone through any changes before death, or the start of changes before death.
Interesting. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a medicine check, and anybody who wants to help out with that certainly can.
Can I help her with that?
Yeah.
The investigation.
I'll allow investigation. That's fine.
I'll give you guidance.
Okay, that is not bad. That's a proletariat 20, as we call them.
Nice.
We call them now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a mixed sort of feeling, Gwen, as you're looking at the head. There's a sense of reverence that keeps you maybe from like stepping forward and getting too close, especially in just like looking at the just lost sort of look from Tsarra's point of view. But even with that sort of standing about maybe 10 feet away and looking, you don't notice any sort of markings of any sort of abnormalities at all.
At least on the head.
At least on the
Right.
head.
I think maybe we should return, as there doesn't seem to be anything here, and like Talk suggested, get to know one another a little bit before we venture off.
Quick, before we go. Sorry. Talk. Yori. I know this is hard on you, but you can still be good people, right? And I'm going to pull out the 2 potions that I made a long time ago from the Phoenix Flowers, where one I rolled a nat 1 on, and the other one I rolled really well on, and I don't know which is which. And I have Oogly with me, right?
Oogle.
If I hold it,
Oogle?
Oogle, if I hold one up
Come
to
on,
him,
dude. Oogle.
Sorry,
Red from
Oogle. If
He's
I
up there.
hold
my
the bottles up to him, like one after the other, does he change colors depending on which one I'm
Oh,
holding up to
you
him?
son of a bitch.
I love you, Joe.
Awesome.
He absolutely does.
Awesome. So the
Oh,
one
hell
that
yeah.
he stays green for, I'm gonna hand to Yori. We should give this to our friend outside, and maybe it might help him. I think he deserves that choice after at least 50 years of apathy
Could we
by
hold on
his
to it?
people.
Sure. Yeah, I was just going to tell him to have a good day, but maybe this is work too. Just thought if people tell him to do stuff and he has to do it, then
Yes,
But-
Prem?
I'm worried about those that we are trying to also get back. I don't know if necessarily giving something like that to him might be the best move if potentially Maeve or any of the other people that we are looking for might also be mentally compromised, so to say.
Agreed, but there's also the chance that our friend out there might have information that we need. Worst case scenario, he doesn't, and we help him. Best case scenario, he might give us the answer to defeating this creature.
plus Alistair made this, so if we need another one, he can make another one at some point, and we can always, if they're, like there's somebody's controlling them, we'll just we'll take them somewhere safe, and then we'll help them there. And I know.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Um,
Top.
You're I know you just joined, and the whole reason you joined was because you wanted to get your joined. You kind of just, I know you came along with this because you want to get your wife back. And it can sometimes seem like we go in kind of a not super straight path to do things. But it does seem to work out. And if you want us to hurry up, I think that's sort of a thing that you can say, and that makes sense because you're here and you're worried about your, who you love. And so maybe we haven't been thinking about that.
She's a big girl. She can handle herself. I'm more concerned with the idea of if they have people that could already help him here and they're now aware of it and can help them, and we're handing out something that could potentially help, yes, Adelia or potentially Maeve. We can always come back. I mean, we have to drop her off, right?
There have been people here that could have helped him for several decades, and they chose not to, or I can't believe that they didn't know. There's a chance that they did this to him.
That's what I'm worried about.
I think it's something. I mean, if I don't give him this potion right now, there's a chance Alistair's going to come out here and find him later. This isn't. There are things in the group that some people that are just really important to them, and they don't always make perfect sense. Sometimes they do. I'm not saying this doesn't, but sometimes you just sort of like there are things, and I think this is an Alistair thing, and also it's kind of a me thing, and so I'd like to give it to him rather now than later. But you're part of the group now. I want you to feel like you're a part of the group, and so if I've told you the reasons we want to do something, and but they're Alistair's posters, so I can't really do anything. I'm gonna shut up now, and then people can do things or tell me to do things, and I'll do them.
Now that you have heard me out, Alistair, I trust you. Do with that as you will. If you would like to give it to him, then give it to him. I just wanted to make sure we were thinking of all of the potentials.
Do you think he needs the whole thing? Sometimes things have doses. I don't know how to make it.
I hear you, Prem, and we will do everything we can to help Maeve and your wife. I swear to you. But Yori, I need you to remember that we're good people. Even if everything around us isn't good, we can be good. If we can help him, we need to.
I think you're right. I don't think people are good or bad, but I think we do good things. And to me, it doesn't matter what else we do. In that moment, it's what matters. Right now, whatever we do matters. To me, it doesn't matter what we did 10 days ago or what we'll do 10 days from now. Because every time I have a choice, I try to make the right choice I can, and that's the only thing that matters. So, if the right choice right now is to help him, then that's what we should do.
Then help him.
Okay.
We find him and give him the potion.
Hey, drink this.
Okay.
Tell me if is it good? Was it good?
You see Tsarra kind of like put a hand out and then pull it back. Drink it.
Gwen is gonna give Tsarra a small, nod of, yeah, good.
If he has to make a roll to see if this works, I'm going to give him Flash of Genius, the last one I have.
Okay. You got it. Oh, he needs it.
All right, well, it's +5, and I think you all see the spectral image of Alistair trying to pick whatever is happening in his brain out.
You got it.
Could I give him the
You
help
see-
action? How do I help someone drink a potion?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not the action. Yeah, he like goes like this and it just dumps behind his shoulder.
Oh no.
You said drink it. That's how I drink things.
Oh, fair enough.
Just turns out he's never like imbibed water in his life. Or, like,
They just keep him alive with magic. It's just,
yeah,
it's fine.
That's for a different campaign.
He's
No, he
secretly
drinks
in
it.
bed.
It's like wheatgrass.
Does he sound different? Like
No.
inflection? Okay.
So anybody who wants to roll an insight check or
Yeah, I'm
anything?
gonna roll an insight
You
check.
bet your bottom dollar I would like to.
I don't.
I got an 18.
11.
I got a 26.
25, right behind you.
Io's been quietly watching, and yeah, he got an 11, so yeah.
Okay. Who rolled above a 20?
Just
Say what you get.
I think 26.
26.
25.
25. Both of you guys see him looking at you both, looking at him, and, at a certain point he goes, everything okay? And you notice that nothing has changed. And for both Kara and Prim, there's a sense of familiarity with that, based on your backgrounds in lying your ass off. And Prim, he looks at you and gives a little wink. You're muted. Hannah, you're muted for some reason.
I wanted that to be muted.
Cool.
it sounded like, yeah, those are, yeah. It looked
that
like
was
expletives.
That was a me reaction to that, yelling, "Stop fucking winking at me." Anyways, awesome.
Everything okay? Everything good inside?
Seems to
Yeah.
The
Yes.
Sovereign's not in there, right? That would be bad.
No, he's not.
Why would it be bad?
Because I'm out here.
Oh, but they're not. Okay. Are you always supposed to be with him? Because you're not
No.
right now.
I don't think so.
Doc,
Sorry we bothered you.
Doc, do you like tea?
I love tea.
We should get some tea sometime.
I like that.
You're supposed to give him a button.
That's Alistair's thing.
I just thought it was a general thing,
Oh.
alright? It's just-
I found it.
Oh, proud of you.
Is that what this is?
It is a button.
Yeah. You can keep it, and I promise we'll come back again and try again.
How do we know whether it worked or not?
Okay. What worked?
I
Not
think we
important
should go
right now.
back to the room and have our discussion.
Yes.
Have a good night.
You as well. You see Tsarra just kind of like pat his massive shoulder. All right. Well, wasn't sure if I was ready for the ramifications of that. Anyways, let's am I coming?
Yes,
Yes.
we need to know what you can do.
And you
Right.
should know what we can do.
Correct.
Great. Right. Battle plans.
And
Yes.
sorry that it's a bit late, but again, sorry for your loss.
You see her look back, doorway still open. He died trying to save what he loved.
Well, let's honor that memory.
Let's. And you see her walk back with you. I think we still have a little bit of time, so I think as you guys head on back, we can say that, like, especially like above board, like the concept of like what you guys are able to do, you know, we could say that you guys just kind of do that. Above board, I'm actually kind of still working on her stuff because nature clerics are, so
Shepherd druid.
I did have, yeah.
go ahead. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah,
say,
I
like,
just
we're-
wanted to
we're
make
back
sure everybody, because
inside.
like I was thinking about it, like when it was actually Hannah that mentioned it, that we hadn't had this conversation. It seemed like, oh yeah, we do a lot of battles. That seems like something we might have at this point.
Yeah.
But I was actually then thinking about, I'm curious, how would that conversation work, like RP wise? I am cool hand waving because it is, it also takes a long time to kind of talk about all that stuff. So I just want to make sure that, so everybody else is cool, like hand waving it, or if they wanted to actually do it. I feel like we're leaning towards hand wave, and that's cool with me. Now I'm just saying thoughts.
Whatever you guys want to do. I'm just doing that because of just concept of what is important to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So if there's any moment you guys want to share here, you certainly can.
I just, on the walk back, because I taught Yori some things in Thieves' Cant, and I know Alistair listened into every time I speak Thieves' Cant, he's listening. I'm sure he's counting down the minutes until he learns it. And I'm going to say, I'd imagine one of the things was like, it worked, or like basically alluding to that it worked. So she's just going to say,
Job
in
well
Thieves' Cant,
done.
Job well done, yeah. So that Tsarra, who I'm assuming does not speak Thieves' Cant, fuck, you have tongues on her.
Does that work with hand languages?
Tongues,
Can't
I
you do it
don't
in hand
think
symbols?
covers
Like,
Thieves'
Thieves' Cant,
Cant.
'cause, like-
There's
Thieves'
something
Cant.
specifically about like coded
Not
languages
technically a
that does it.
language.
A language,
Yeah.
okay.
That's true.
This
Yeah,
is
you can't
code,
put it in
yeah.
languages. Yeah.
It's like a gray area.
Right.
Well, Kara wouldn't know that either way. So she's going to basically say to Yori and Alistair, because Alistair's surely understands what she's saying, it worked.
And I think Prim will follow
Prim
with.
knows it, yeah.
Yeah, Prim will follow with. It did. In Thieves' Cant as well.
Yeah, I think as you guys shut the doors, I'm sorry I was hesitant. There's a lot of things that I would like to fix and topple in my time.
Yeah, it takes a long time to unlearn that sort of stuff.
Well, and with no disrespect, but the Feywild has been and will be much longer than
Yeah.
any area on the material plane. It's a different timeline to work with, and unfortunately, as long as time has been, things seem to move rather slowly.
Tsarra, I need something which might be difficult to ask for, but items that were significant to the children, or at least one of the children that were taken. I can track them down, follow them through those items, but I need an item that was important to them. At least one of them.
Nat 20. You see her tear up a little bit at this. I can see what I can do. I'll have something for you in the morning.
I'm sorry. I understand. But it will help us find them.
I know you do. I don't know how many allies we'll have in the forest. I can call upon help in the Feywild in general, but usually any power that is granted between courts is waned in passing through.
Speaking of allies, I had an idea.
Brucelli?
Yeah, Brucelli. Remember, Brucelli said that they would help us. Like they specifically said that they would help if we ever got to Feywild. They couldn't get me here because I asked if I could go, and they said no. But like if you get there, ask for my help. And so we could. There's not a lot of people I trust, but I think I trust Brucelli.
I did think about reaching out to her, but I am tapped at the moment.
I can do
for
it.
that level of spell.
I can do it, no problem. But
the satyr.
Yes.
You know.
You know
No.
her?
Yes, she is unfortunately bound. Her story is well known.
Well known to us.
Right.
Do you have like a book? She's like a time traveling satyr that's in a shop. Like she's bound to. She can't leave the shop.
I'll be honest. Talk. I just one more sad story that I would like to discuss today.
I'm sorry, and if you want, you can have one of my sandwiches.
They're very good.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, take one out of the bag. I said it's just at this point, it's only been like a day or so. Like they're wrapped in
they're
paper,
fine still.
and it's just like it's food. It's like oh damn it. Look, is there a way that I haven't? It's been a long time since I was here, and can I offer this? Can I give this? Can you eat this without something weird being about it? Like just. You don't have to eat it. I'm just offering it to you. I made these special for everybody, including myself. And, it's got... this one has the ingredients that I like on it.
Is this a form of lembas bread?
No. No. It has bread in it. Yeah, it's flatbread. The one I like, it's like a stone-baked flatbread and has some,
I'm gonna roll to see if that's a weird number. Okay. Yeah, all right. She looks at you, fairy, and puts a trembling hand out, kind of pulls it back a little bit. And you see, I think you all see like years, centuries, the idea of knowledge having to surpass the concept of trusting a figure that that deep in your heart and your mind and everything that you've come to learn that you cannot trust this figure.
I'm just gonna say to her in Elvish, giants.
never said anything about giants. And just holds a hand out.
I don't trick people. I punch them. And this is not a punch, this is a sandwich. And thank you for accepting it. That's it. There's no extra. You can just have it now. You can keep it and you can eat it later, or you can throw it out. That's fine. It's just, I'm sorry. I've been a dick.
I really wanted to roll low on the idea of like process. I'll take it first. But I rolled an 18, so she's. This tastes somewhat bad for me.
Oh yeah. I mean, like if it's good for you, it's just it's not like it's not a poison or anything like that. But it's got a kick to it.
I wonder if they've seasoned.
And I don't know how much ash most people are supposed to eat, but char husk has it's got a lot. That's a cheese from the mountains, and it's kind of got a lot of. It's preserved by smoking. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Awesome. Cool.
Is that bad?
No.
No.
I mean,
Just wait
sometimes
till
you
we
should have
introduce the
something
coffee.
that. Yeah. Sometimes you should have something that's like
Oh no.
a treat.
Treat. Thank you for not turning me into a newt.
If I had the power, I still wouldn't do it, but it'd be cool. And you're welcome.
Jesus Christ. I just eat this sandwich.
I did want to turn to Gwen. This can protect us from a lot, right?
Yeah, and it lasts for 24 hours.
Do you think... I wanted to check on my daughter.
We've already
I'm
tempted
gonna
one
be
dark
very
force today.
honest with you. I don't know if those magics will go through. I know they can't come in. I don't.
Well,
think
I was
they can
confused
go
because
out
you did
either.
legend lore, which was divination as well.
That's true. I think it does work. I think it's only in, but let me check.
But it may have called that thing to us. But if
May have.
Um,
I'm not saying we were coping by saying it could have been a bunch of different things. But
yeah, it's just can't be targeted by divination spells, and sensors created by divination spells can't go in or pass through the barrier. So nothing about going out.
I mean, I'd argue passing through the barrier would also be going out, but with like legend lore, I think it's more of the idea of like
Yeah,
what
legend
you're
lore
what
is
you're
totally
passing through and
different.
going in and out is like more of like it's just
Yeah.
it's information that's appearing in front of you. Yeah, that's up to
Brucelli?
you.
But that's why I was asking Gwen.
fair.
I was waiting for Gwen's response from that.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I don't know if it would work. Going out. Legend lore is slightly different. It's not a sensor.
Well, maybe
I know where she would be if she was here.
We thought maybe we'd just send her a message quickly.
Oh.
Alright, is
Bakar,
mask
you can try
around?
it if you want to.
Sorry. Squeeze around then. That makes trying to check on your daughter makes more sense.
I'm scared that the way time works here, if I check on her and I know she's a certain age, if I look on her now and she happens to be 30 years old and whatever, then she'll be locked in that when we find her. I don't know how that works.
I don't know how that works, but that
That's a big
does
fear.
sound. The problem is that I think things. I've never found things to work in a way that you can say that's how that works. So now that that idea is out there, yeah, I mean, we'll find her, and we'll find her really soon. But I won't. No, you know, if you want to check on her, I think that's something that we'll support you on.
I do, but I was hoping one of the students knew more about how time worked. Or maybe, Tsarra, if you know how time works on this plane.
I've never left.
Maybe Brucelli would know.
Maybe Percelli would know. I could always check on someone else. Adelia, maybe? If you want me to see.
I mean, in all honesty, I've got no clues where she would be. I don't even know which court she might be in, so it's not a bad move.
Who is
I'll
it?
do that then.
Adelia's my my wife.
Why don't
Why-
you guys call Brucelli and I'll try to see what I can learn about Adelia, and we'll see Adelia. And we'll see in 10 minutes what we all learn.
Okay.
Do
This
do
is
you
gonna
know
go
something?
absolutely nowhere, but yeah, her
Do I know
reaction to
something
Adelia.
about what?
Wait, time out. Do you know?
She, for the record, what she knows is Adelia is my wife or my partner.
Okay. Cool.
That's it. And that's all you said. I'm just going to point that out.
Right.
Okay.
It was my brain was, I'm gonna push this more. And that was where it was going to go.
Feed that.
Yeah. Adelia, she potentially had dealings with a being known as the owner, who was fey in some manner, traveled in and out between the planes. That's kind of a lot of the information that I have. Richter was involved, potentially.
I don't know any of those names except for the owner.
Okay.
Looks to Kara in this moment and recognizing. I'm so sorry. I assume that she's missing.
Yes, I think so. I mean, 5 years ago she went through to here.
Well,
I did a 20 on that insight check. Sorry. Insight check on the look she did on me.
okay.
I have a feeling that Elmer is a changeling or something like that.
You get the understanding of, is this the right time to give somewhat bad news?
I would nod.
Okay.
Rip that band-aid off.
The good news that I can tell you is that if Adelia is here with the owner, they're more likely safe than not. I know that's not helpful, but it'll make more sense when I give you the bad news.
Uh-huh.
If the owner is where they normally reside, we're heading in the wrong direction.
I'm not surprised. Actually, I am surprised. In all honesty, I am surprised that... Fuck. Cool. Okay.
There's a reason why we travel between courts, just because one is deemed the court of light and love and understanding and all of that is not necessarily true.
Gotcha.
We're not going the wrong way. We're just taking the long way.
I like that way of wording it. We're here for you too, Prem. We're here for Adelia.
Thank you. Genuinely.
You can, would you watch over me while I check on her, Prim?
Yes. Do you need something of hers?
No, I think... Actually, yes, I think that would help.
Yeah. And she'll kind of pull the now sash scarf off. This was hers.
All right. I'm going to pull out the mask.
It was the cloak she wore in the pits.
Well, I'm going to do my thing. You guys call Bercelli, and I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Good luck.
Have faith.
Come back.
Always do.
I'm going to do an odd sort of fun thing. We're going to come back to this scene. But before we do, we're actually going to jump into the future. Things happen. Situations change. Moments become darker later. But the one thing that is known is that you will be standing in front of this image. And that's where we see this scene. There's no sound. We see words exchanged as explanations are given in front of the archway. We see the last piece of the archway magically leave Tsarra's hands and get placed, completing it. See large sylvan runes on either side of the archway glow and shimmer. We see Tsarra turning to you all and just kind of talking and explaining and saying something. And then we see the center start to change. Purple mist start to fall in. See speckles of little like shimmering silver light. It's almost like bits of dust falling down to the ground. And then we see coming up from the ground. There's no sound, there's no noise, but we almost can hear it as we see things starting to crack through the earth and push apart and together and apart again and together, curling, moving around, clasping to the sides of the archway itself. These blackened, thorny briars. We see Tsarra turn, look, bewildered, scared, confused, and then a look of realization across her face. The sound comes back up. She definitely knows we're coming. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. See you guys next week.